Did you make it to a T-Mobile yesterday?
I did. I dropped it off. Yep.
Did they think they could do something?
They didn't seem that interested. Was apparently the only person in America that was interested in that phone. Morning, everybody. Yeah, how about Steve, the Mighty Muscle story? Yep, AJC, Finn's in trouble now. Yep, Paul, that's exactly what I was thinking. I was thinking of Pedro's line about the Yankees.
It's funny. I was too. I really was.
Yep.
And then I was mad at myself for not picking Buffalo because I wanted to.
Yes, and you sounded like you wanted to. Well, with 3 turnovers, you know, they only ran 45 plays, for goodness sakes. Hey, Jay Yandel. It's a long day yesterday.
I bet. Time did you get back?
8. I didn't leave the doctor's office till 2:15. I didn't get on the highway till about 2:40.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floormeister Studios. Floormeisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Top of the morning to you on a Football Friday.
Football Friday.
And it's a Friday the 13th to boot, if you're into that sort of thing. How the heck are you, Miller and Moulton? MillerandMoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Thanks so much for being with us. Football weekend off to quite the start. It's getting late early, Ed.
Yes, it is, John.
That could be an organizational difference-making night for the Miami Dolphins in the worst way.
In the absolute worst way. We are part of the Miami Dolphins consoling hotline today at 21,000.
Twitch chat room. Okay, we're here for you. All right, consider it one big group hug, interrupted occasionally by the mafia laughing, scoffing.
Hard. Oh my goodness, what a beatdown last night was.
It's so funny how the stat sheet can lie. Well, how could a team that only ran 45 plays and didn't even amass 250 yards? Well, they got their butts kicked, right? No. They were the ones doing the butt kicking. Well, how could that be? Yeah, you didn't see the game, did you? Whew. Mark, it was the early 2000s in which Pedro Martinez, as a member of the Boston Red Sox, was asked a question about he and they versus the New York Yankees. And what did he say, Mark?
They're my daddy.
Mark, at what point last night did you channel your inner Pedro Martinez, throw in the little accent and go, I think you just have to call them my daddy?
Late first half, David. Late first half when Miami decided that they were going to just run plays, not have any effort or urgency to try to get into the end zone. And I'm watching them not be able to do anything at the end of the first half. And I went, they're done. They had to have, I mean, to me, they had to have a touchdown at the end of the first half. This is before Tua gets hurt, obviously. They have to have 7, to me, before the first half. They have to show a semblance of an offense, and they had none. They had nothing for Buffalo.
And I still gave them a chance heading into the third quarter, down 2 scores. They got the stop on the first series, and I'm like, all right, well, I mean, if you get the next score and cut it to 24-17, okay, let's see what happens. And, yeah, pick 6. And it's like, uh-oh. Pedro? Well, what is that you were saying?
On one of the worst thrown balls that I've ever seen him throw.
Which is something, because let me tell you, the earlier interceptions were not good.
No, the second interception was awful. The first interception was a timing thing. I mean, it hit the guy in the shoulder pad, for crying out loud.
Yeah.
But the second interception was brutal. But the third interception, Will Levis saw that interception and went, that's a bad pass.
I'll tell you what, give McDermott, his staff, that team, short week, obviously, on the road, no turnovers, 1 penalty. Defense nearly outscored the Dolphins' offense. That is a hell of a performance by the Bills. I mean, that's tremendous. No turnovers, 1 penalty. Defense nearly outscores the vaunted Dolphins offense in Miami. I mean, we said going in, the division goes through Buffalo, and it's time for Miami to say, that stops now. And the Bills said, what you talking about, Willis? It's not stopping nothing. Just line up the Jets. Let us take care of them too. Let's get this thing over with. We're going after the Chiefs. Got it? We're not messing around with you guys. Whew. Good thing the Dolphins have 3 extra days. Their psyches are going to need it.
That was the thing, David, and you are the expert in reading body language on this show. But they were showing cutaway shots early second half before Tua got injured. After that pick 6. And even before the pick 6, the shots they're showing, the guys looked like they'd seen a ghost.
And
that ghost was the Buffalo Bills.
Right. They knew. And if you're an older Bills fan, all right, you're saying to yourself, well, I waited a long time for this, because throughout the 70s and 80s, it was exactly the other way around. First with, OJ and the Bills of the 70s, and then, when the Bills were, they could not beat the Dolphins. Shula might as well have had a second home in Buffalo. He owned them so badly. Well, Shula sold the home. He's passed, and McDermott and the Bills own the Dolphins.
Owns.
Own. Yes.
Since you went different strokes, I thought I'd go slap shot. We'd bring in a couple of, 70s and early 80s references to the show.
Absolutely. Well,
not to date ourselves at all.
No, but we're just trying to go back to the Dolphins' glory days. That was a little too.
They looked good.
I'm sorry. Well, they did. That's the other thing that Dolphin was counting on last night. We didn't bring it up on the show yesterday, but Dolphin was counting on, come on, we're going to be playing in the unis we should be playing in. It's not the unis, although they do look better. So much better. Golly. It's tough to get your butt kicked and look good at the same time, but they did. It's a hell of a double to pull off, but Dolphins managed to do it. Thanks to the Bills. There's a Bills fan that Miller and Moulton know, and his name's Jason. Used to live in Southwest Florida. Then he spent some years in Texas. Now he's living in South Florida. Got a job at FIU recently, and he's part of the mafia. And he went to the game last night. And when a win is so inspiring, Mark, that you went to the game. You had that whole day-long excitement. You're going to the game. He had good seats, too. All right. Goes to the game. He's part of the, 30 to 40% of the crowd that was Bills fans. That's what it sounded like. He stays to the end. He's doing the chanting, leaving the stadium and what have you. He gets home well after 1 o'clock. And Mark, when you had such a sports high, what do? You turn on the game you were just at. You start watching it again. That's the euphoria that sports can bring. Fortunately, I slept through them. My phone, for whatever reason, when you text me, it doesn't make any noise. Doesn't matter. I got all the alarms on. I don't know. There's obviously a button or something that I should have on that I don't. But I actually like it that way because I get a lot of texts. The text started at 1:48 a.m. That's when the text chain started.
Did text him every break. Every single break, I want you to text him and say, are you up yet? Text at 1:48. Thank goodness I don't have the friends you do. I'm telling you, I'd snap if I got that text at 1:48.
Well, it's because your phone makes noise. Mine doesn't. So
he doesn't know that.
Listen, I think people know you can text me because I never complain. I sleep right through it. Plus, he probably figured, heck, he's getting up in about 2.5 hours. All right, what's the harm? And now, obviously, the whole scene shifts to, did the Dolphins lose their franchise quarterback forever last night? Boom, just like that. Just like that. All the concerns and talk of a year and a half ago. Boom. Just like that.
And there are many of us that said he's got to be able to run for first downs occasionally.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what he was doing.
Yep. Now he initiated the contact.
Yep.
He did. It's football. But it's funny and not in a ha-ha way, in an ironic way. That, think of all the contact that Josh Allen has initiated and taken in his career. And he's never suffered a concussion. Never broken a bone. Thankfully. Hope he never does. And yet some guys, that's not their sport's fate. I think you'll be able to tell how serious it is based on how the Dolphins respond. If they go and sign like a Tannehill, he's done for the year. If they just bring in a placeholder, I mean, first off, Mike White is on the practice squad of the Bills. Do they sign him and bring him back, put him on the active roster? Because he knows the playbook. He's been there 2 years, blah, blah, blah. But if they sign someone like that, then they're thinking we're going to go with Skylar Thompson for a few games until Tua comes back. So to me, it doesn't matter what McDaniel or anybody says. The Dolphins will show us the extent of Tua's injury.
Did a franchise forever change last night? Miller and Moulton. Lee Sterling on the show today to make his picks. Pat Kirwan to talk about that Dolphins-Bills game and all things NFL coming up at 8 o'clock right here on Miller and Moulton.
Are you suffering from neuropathy? Do you experience stabbing pain, numbness, tingling, or burning in your feet? Are you tired of sleepless nights and avoiding life due to pain? If you've been diagnosed with neuropathy or experiencing pain or numbness in your feet, pick up the phone and call us right now before it's too late at 239-382-7332. Again, that's 239-382-7332. Neuropathy is a very serious and progressive disease where your nerves start to break down. Eventually, it leads to balance problems, falls, complete loss of independence, and can lead to amputation.
Hi, I'm Dr. Eric Norrell, DC. Our program addresses the underlying causes and doesn't simply mask your symptoms with medication. In fact, many patients start experiencing relief from neuropathy symptoms within weeks. There's no surgery and no use of prescription drugs.
Pick up the phone right now and call 239-382-7332. Call us today at Restore Health. 239-382-7332.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Core-Tech, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
This is Miller and Moulton.
We have to come to an agreement on those Jacksonville picks. We'll have to talk that out. Morning, Real Park. Morning, everybody.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
On this Football Friday.
Football Friday.
It's also a Friday the 13th. You believe in that sort of thing? That superstition?
No. No, give me a black cat and a ladder. Let's go.
Okay. So you don't have any of those negative superstitions that you believe
I
in?
had superstitions when I worked in minor league hockey. I loved them. They were fun to,
Right.
where you come in the same door when you're on a winning streak and do things the same way and all that kind because you think it matters. None of it matters. Not a damn bit of it matters.
No, it doesn't. But they are fun.
They're fun.
I will say I never, ever paid any attention to Friday the 13th, but I was a big Tim Russert fan. And unfortunately, he had his tragic heart attack and died on a Friday the 13th.
And Southwest Floridians will remember Hurricane Charlie hit on a Friday the 13th in August.
Right.
So
Right.
no, the full moon thing is real.
Yes. I do think people's behaviors are altered by the full moon. I
Check
totally
with the police,
agree.
the hospitals.
Yep.
My wife's a veterinarian. When there's a full moon, she's like, "Oh, great! Tomorrow's going to be fun."
Yes, I'm with you on that. No doubt. Hey, by the way, starting 5 in about 15 minutes. Lee Sterling coming up at the top of the hour. He's off to a really good start. 7-3 on our show. Picking games 1-1 in his game of the week, 1-1 in his 40-unit plays. Miller and Moulton coming at you from the Floormeister Studios. Floormeister's keeping it real. So, did you hear? It's early, and technically it is the baseball hour, so named during our second act, and we've kept the name in this our third act. Did you hear about the minor league catcher from the Fort Myers Mighty Muscles and what he did? And it likely has just cost him his career?
I did not.
So his name is Derek Bender. He's a 6th-round pick. The Twins organization invested like $250,000 into the kid with a signing bonus and what have you. So, and for those that don't pay attention to minor league baseball, which is 99.8% of you, the minor leagues are 2 half seasons. It's what I've always wanted Major League Baseball to be. And so the Mighty Muscles, which is low A ball, the A is split into high A and low A. They were high A forever. A few years ago, they got made low A by Major League Baseball. So the Mighty Muscles are winning the second half of their division in the Florida State League. They're going to go to the playoffs. They then have a collapse in the final 2 weeks of the season in which they go on a 7-game losing streak. And a few of those losses were to the second place team, Lakeland, Tigers affiliate. So they're playing the final week of the season in Lakeland. They're playing 6 games. Mighty Muscles need to win 3 of them. They get swept in a doubleheader. The season's going south. So they one more loss, Mark, and they're eliminated. Season's over. Lakeland's going to win the second half. Fort Myers didn't win the first half. They're done. Guys go home. Remember, he's a catcher. Remember Bull Durham?
Yep.
Costner, after he was shaken off, he said to the guy, fastball, and when you speak of me, speak well. Well, Derek Bender, apparently, Mark, wanted the season to end. He wanted to go home. So in a game in which if they lost, they had 3 games left. They had to win all 3. Third to last game of the year. Second inning, he just starts telling the guys from Lakeland what's coming. They score 4 runs on their way to a 6-0 win. After the game, Lakeland manager tells the Mighty Muscles manager, hey, I don't know what was going on, but your catcher was giving us the pitches. What? They apparently sat him in the bullpen for the final 2 games of the year, figuring out what they were going to do with him. Well, they decided to cut him.
Yeah.
I know. I mean, first off, dude, you got to go 3-0 in 3 games. You've just lost 6 in a row. I mean, just let it play out.
The odds are you're going to go home.
Right. Now, if you win 2 games, and then also if you win 2 games, I mean, come on, let it play out. I mean, if you want to tell them the pitches, at least wait to the final game, will you?
I mean, I know the humidity is bad, and I know it's September in South Florida, Southwest Florida, and you're like, man, could I get some cool weather? I get it. I've been here a lot of years.
Right.
But come on.
Let's just say, because, I mean, he was drafted in the 6th round, so obviously, now he didn't have a good year for what it's worth. I think he hit 200, couple homers, whatever. But obviously, he's a prospect. 6th round pick is only 20 rounds in a draft. That's not bad. I mean, he's one of the top 200 players that was taken in the draft. So there's probably other organizations who, thought, yeah, I think he's a prospect. He's got a chance. Besides, you can never have enough catchers, right? I'm just wondering if you're one of the other 29 organizations. Is there anything his agent, a letter from his mother, is there anything he could say that would get you to sign him?
No, he's done. Furthermore, David, I wouldn't hire him. That's not someone I want working for me. And I'm not being flippant. I'm not trying to make a shtick here on the radio. If that kid goes back home and wants a job, and you're looking at this young man and you do any research on him, would you hire him? Because I wouldn't.
No. It's, of all the things you could do, it is, once again, funny, not in a ha-ha way, in an ironic way, that, we all know the trouble that you can get in as a person. And we might be more willing to forgive some of those off the field issues that people get in and what have you, second and third chances. But, this is the one that hits a lot of us. This is ethics, Mark, if you know what I mean. This is, dude, I don't know if I could ever trust you about anything.
Anything.
I mean, I'm wondering, does his girlfriend leave him and go, dude, I can't trust you, for goodness sakes. What were you thinking? By the way, you got the Lakeland catcher's number? Hello.
That's something.
I know. I mean, you and I know people in the Mighty Muscles organization. I felt badly enough for them anyway. Making the playoffs is, that's something they want, a chance to sell tickets to a few more games, etc. We know the broadcaster, John Vitas, does an excellent job. He'll be in the show one day. Trust me. All right. And, he was looking forward to broadcasting the playoffs. Now, they had collapsed, without Derek Bender's help, but I mean, come on, dude.
I mean, I don't like the name of the team or the logo, but I'm not throwing games.
Right. Not only that, how do you feel if you're the pitcher? That's the other thing. Think of your teammate, the pitcher.
Who's trying to climb up the
Right.
ranks in the minors.
And it's a big start for him, facing elimination, essentially. Oh, he threw batting practice. Well, they knew what was coming. So just thought it was a story worth repeating.
It definitely is. And one I don't think many of us have ever heard outside of Bull Durham. When have you heard this being done?
I don't know. It was one pitch, and besides the score of that game was like 9-0 or whatever. I mean,
A lot goes on in A-ball, David. It's probably why we can't bet on it.
I mean, maybe Derek Bender said, when you speak of me well. And they said, no, man, we're going to rat you out. The starting five is next.
The Cape Coral Police Department is growing. They are currently looking for police officers and are offering a $10,000 signing bonus to newly hired officers. If you desire a career in law enforcement, or if you are already in law enforcement and thinking about making a move to a better agency, think Cape Coral Police Department. If you're looking for a police department that is committed to excellence, that invests in the highest level of training, state-of-the-art equipment, and some of the highest compensation in all of Southwest Florida, then the Cape Coral Police Department is for you. Visit capecops.com. That's capecops.com.
David Moulton of Miller and Moulton just wanting to let everyone know our show has changed in that we now own 100% of it. And that means not only do we produce all the content, but we also now have to sell it.
So, no better time to tell all the car dealers, lawyers, jewelers, construction companies, bank managers, insurance agents, or bar restaurant owners that Miller and Moulton is the second highest rated show for men 25-54 and men 35-64 in Lee, Collier, and Charlotte counties, while being the morning show that men listen to the longest.
So you probably should be advertising on Miller and Moulton. And if you'd like to, contact us directly by texting sponsor to 21,000 or hit up Mark on X at that Mark Miller or me at the David Moulton.
No one can give you the pricing or service on Miller and Moulton like Miller and Moulton. To advertise, text 21,000 now.
Or you can hit us up on X. Mark is at that Mark Miller, and I'm at the David Moulton.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
This is Miller and Moulton. You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
22 minutes before the hour on a football Friday.
Football Friday.
It's also Friday the 13th, so just be careful. That's all. You never know. You never know. The superstition may find you. If it does, blame it on the date. It's not you. It's not your luck and what have you. There are other forces at work. You have a mulligan today. You can blame it on someone and something else. Maybe that's what the Dolphins will try to use as an excuse.
Yeah, they played Thursday the 12th, David. It's not going to help them at all.
Yeah, that's true. Although somewhere it was Friday the 13th. Time now for
The Starting Five. 5 big stories you need to know. Here is The Starting Five.
Man, it was a beatdown. The Bills said, "Come here, Miami. We are your daddy." And that's despite only running 45 plays, not even gaining 250 yards. 31-10, the final. Didn't even feel that close. 5th straight win for the Bills against the Dolphins. 12th time in 13 games they've beaten the Dolphins. James Cook with 3 touchdowns. Do you have him on your fantasy team? Hope so. Awful night for Tua. Could be career-changing night for Tua and the Dolphins organization. He not only threw 3 interceptions, the last of which was a pick 6. If you thought the game was in doubt at that point, it certainly wasn't afterwards. But, of course, he stayed in the game. He was competing. He ran for a first down inside the 10, lowered his helmet into DeMar Hamlin's forearm, and then hit the ground hard with the back of his head, and he was out. Took him minutes to come back. He suffered a concussion, was taken out of the game, and I have no idea when we'll see him again. Could go on short-term injury reserve, could go on long-term injury reserve. His 3rd concussion, who knows? 3 turnovers resulted in 17 points. The Bills with a nearly perfect game. No turnovers, 1 penalty. Defense nearly outscored the vaunted Dolphins offense. 31-10. The AFC East, this just in case some of us had forgotten, it goes through Buffalo. The AFC West goes through Kansas City. The NFC West goes through San Francisco. And the AFC East goes through Buffalo. Next, in other football news, he was a college and NFL Hall of Famer. Linebacker Joe Schmidt helped the Lions to win their last 2 championships. And no, these dates are correct. Back in 1953 and 1957. He later coached the Lions as well. He passed away Wednesday at the age of 92. Deshaun Watson's plaintiff in a civil lawsuit is going to meet with the NFL before the month is up. Her attorney claims they have video and 2 witnesses to support their claims of sexual assault and battery. This woman was not one of the 24 women who filed suit against Deshaun Watson 3 years ago. And he settled with 23 of those 24 women and was suspended for 11 games by the NFL. Apparently, there's 2 other lawsuits also. Now, legal experts, football legal experts, if you will, Mark, say that if the NFL were to suspend him again, they think now the Browns could try to go after his contract. Not sure if they'd win, but they think they at least would have solid standing to try to do it. Now, here's my question. Can you play the guy while also trying to fire the guy?
Absolutely.
Okay.
100%, David.
All right. But listen, the NFL hasn't even met with the young lady yet. We have no idea if they'll believe her. But this, needless to say, is looming. The Browns released a statement. Watson, through his attorney, has released a statement. The head coach and Deshaun have gotten questions about it this week. I'd say the season's off to a flying start in Cleveland, wouldn't you? Browns at
Jags.
Yep.
They're a 3-point dog in Jacksonville on Sunday.
Right. College football last night. You know what? Good win for Arizona State. Texas State, national television, big game for them. They're at home. They jumped up 21-7 on Arizona State. Sun Devils kept their composure. Tied it up, then came from behind in the second half and won on the road 31-28. The Sun Devils are 3-0. Okay, good for them. By the way, Major Applewhite is the head coach of South Alabama. He actually called off the proverbial dogs, if you will, in the fourth quarter, but not before his team was leading 80-10 against Northwestern State, who's an FCS school. South Alabama won 87-10. It's the first win for Major Applewhite at South Alabama. They were up 52-10 at the half and 80-10 after 3. Tonight, a couple of college games might be worth your time. 7 o'clock on the 4-letter network, UNLV and Kansas. The Jayhawks at home are a 9-point favorite. By the way, did it interest you yesterday that UNLV was not part of the Mountain West teams that the Pac-12 gobbled up?
Surprising.
Yeah, what's up with that? Why in the world, if you're the Pac-12, would you not want Vegas?
That makes no sense.
And Barry Odom's now there, and he's actually kind of got UNLV going in the right direction. Has shown, you can win a few football games here. What do we miss? I mean, that's about to become a 4 pro sport town, and you're the Pac-12, and you don't want UNLV? We got to find out if they didn't want UNLV, or if UNLV maybe is like, we got bigger plans. We'll hang tight for now. We got bigger plans.
Let's see what the Big 12's doing with their next round.
You're talking, Mark.
There you go.
Attention. Arizona at K-State tonight, 8 o'clock on Fox. Tim Brando on the call. K-State a 7-point favorite at home. Baseball, only 8 games last night, but quite a few of them with playoff implications. Yankees, Juan Soto, the game-winning hit in the 10th. They walk off the Red Sox 2-1. Boston's pretty much out of it. I mean, they'd have to go like 14-2 the rest of the way to have a shot. Yankees, though, consolidate that 2-game lead in the loss column. They're now 2 full games up on the Orioles heading down the stretch. Rays beat the Guardians 5-2. Brandon Lau with a homer. And the Guardians lead cut to 4 over the Royals in the Central. Tough loss for the Tigers. They were 3 back of the Twins in the standings and in the loss column, and they had Colorado at home, and they couldn't sweep them.
Nope. And they had their ace on the hill.
Rockies with 2 in the 9th to win 4-2. Detroit 3.5 behind the Twins with 4 in the loss column, and they have no games remaining with the Twinkies either. And the Tigers have 2 tough series coming up.
Yeah, they go like Orioles, somebody
Dodgers,
else in Orioles.
like
Orioles, I believe what it is.
Astros snap a 3-game skid. They score 4 in the 8th. They beat Oakland 6-3. You combine that with Seattle giving up 3 in the 8th to Texas and losing 5-4. And now Houston's lead in the West is 4.5. Seattle's 4.5 back of the Astros for the West and of the Twins for the final wild card. Brewers cut their magic number to 7 with a 3-0 win over the Giants. Marlins took advantage of 3 errors to score 3 unearned runs and beat the Nats 6-3. Cardinals beat our Reds 6-1. They're a game behind the Cubs for second they have virtually no shot to make the playoffs. However, we talked about it last segment, but if you're just joining us, the Twins cut minor league catcher Derek Bender yesterday. They found out that the catcher, who was a 6th-round pick and was in low A ball, tipped off the opponents as to the pitches in a decisive game as to who was going to make the playoffs. And Bender apparently wanted the season to end. He wanted to go home. Well, he's gone home, all right, and he's now going to have to, get a real job. And finally, Mark, LPGA Solheim Cup. Their version of the Ryder Cup, U.S. against Europe. It's taking place in Gainesville, Virginia. Coverage begins, by the way, in 10 minutes. And Nelly Corda and Allison Corpez will be the first group off for the U.S. Do you know the U.S. has not won the Solheim Cup since 2017?
Really?
We've lost the last 3, if you will, although the last one was a draw, but Europe would retain the cup. Yeah. Europe, if they win this time around, they have never held on to the cup 4 times in a row. That Charlie Hull, by the way, who we love, she's like a 26-year-old. She's Irish, right? All right. She's the she's John Daly.
Smokes. Yeah, it's great looking.
Right. All right. John Daly.
All over the golf course.
Right. It hits it a long way. She's John Daly with a skirt. Okay. She's in the first match against Nelly Corda. All right. So there you go.
USA.
Right. NBC Golf Channel and Peacock is where you can find the Solheim Cup over the next 3 days. And at 11 minutes before the hour, that was the starting 5. 5 big stories you need to know here on Miller and Moulton. I mean, I could pay the voice guy to do it, but, why spend the $50?
I'm totally with you.
Especially since 25 of it's yours.
Rather hit a drive-through, if you know what I mean. Might be able to grab some ice cream. I mean, there's a lot of things I could do with that $25, David.
I just thought I'd mention the Solheim Cup because, some of you, and no one bigger than our Mark Miller, no one loves their morning and afternoon sports quite like one Mark Miller. So if you needed something on the tube today, I don't know if you have a tea time today or not, but if you needed something, okay, to tie you through or something to get you to take your nap, sometimes you need help taking that nap.
That would be, I'd say a little LPGA golf would put you out.
There you go.
It's a nice comforting watch to just fall right asleep.
You could not fall asleep on Charlie Hull, though. You could fall asleep after Charlie Hull, but come on. I mean, you're a sucker for the manager who used to smoke in the dugout, the golfer who smokes during the round. You are a sucker for that.
I am.
I mean, you loved Leland.
She's let you know a lot about her right off the bat. Okay.
I mean, you loved Leland before he managed the Tigers.
Oh God, yes.
Because he was going through darts like crazy.
Going to the dugout. I mean, he was fantastic. He'd walk out of the tunnel and smoke would just be billowing.
Right. You'd love when he'd come out to go talk to the pitcher and the smoke was following him to the mound. Exactly. It's my favorite part of watching old golf highlights are the golfers throwing their, cigarette down on the ground, hitting their shot, and, especially Arnie. And then Arnie reaching right back down, grabbing the dart, putting it back in his mouth.
Hard to imagine for those of a certain age, but yes, David, that and the flick, the pull of the cigarette, the flick it down on the ground, the exhale as you're walking to approach the ball. There was a whole routine that the smoker had getting ready for his shot.
Right.
So,
the last thing in the pre-shot routine was the flick of the cigarette.
Yes. With some Sansabelt slacks on and
totally,
a bad colored shirt with a big collar. So there you have.
Yep. Go out and drive an Oldsmobile that was about as big as a small town in Rhode Island. Oh, boy. So there you have it. We're just trying to make Dolphin feel a little better. Trying to get you to crack a smile. Find something to chuckle about. Something like if we get one of those, one of the Aikman chuckles that occasionally I get out of them. We can just get one of those out of you. We feel like we've done something.
Dolphin, when will you laugh again?
Is that our
When
poll
will you
question?
smile again? Because I've
that's-
got to think this is a terrible morning for a Miami Dolphin fan.
Could that be our poll question? Dolphin, when will you laugh again? This weekend, next month, next year?
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
At Physical Therapy and Balance Centers, our goal is to help you love your life. When your life is sidelined by an injury, dizziness, surgery, or condition keeping you from doing what you love, we're here to help you heal and feel your best. Our therapist's evaluation will determine the root cause of your health challenges, resulting in a unique treatment plan customized just for you. Visit www.physical.com to find your nearest location and see how we can help you love your life.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
A natural diamond is the oldest artifact you will ever touch, and each is one of a kind. Jason and Todd at the Diamond District would like to meet you personally and share their love of natural diamonds and the positive impact of purchasing a natural diamond. We promise that in our vault sits the largest selection of GIA certified natural diamonds at the most competitive prices in the world. Jason and Todd look forward to shaking your hand and welcoming you to their Diamond District family.
Wine glasses never fall over until you get a brand new rug.
Oh, no!
Ketchup bottles act normal till you're wearing a new shirt.
Oh, you kidding me?
And rocks slide peacefully on the road till the day you get a brand new windshield. Then they fly up off the road and attack without mercy. That's why new windshields from Glass Doctor come with our windshield protection plan. Unlimited repairs and one replacement for 12 months. Don't just fix it, protect it. Glass Doctor, a neighborly company.
Do you have a sleep problem but don't want to wear a CPAP mask? This is Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. The mask wasn't working for me, and I didn't think I had an alternative. I do. We all do. They have such simple alternatives with greater success than the mask. Visit sleeptreatmentdirect.com. That's sleeptreatmentdirect.com. And if you are like me and your CPAP machine isn't working for you, it's time for a change. Call 239-444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Morning, Lee.
Bad morning.
Bad
The
morning.
Dolphins. It's horrible.
Oh.
Oh, yeah. Oh, so it's bad for the fan, Lee Sterling. Got it.
True. Looks like he'll be done for at least minimum 4 to 6 weeks. And then, I mean, could be his career.
Yeah, it could be.
They made a mistake. Should have gone with Justin Herbert.
All those playoff wins that Herbert has, yeah.
Yeah, I know.
He's turned out to be, everything that we expected of him.
And still, I mean, that hadn't good coaching. Now he's going to have did you see the performance that Alt had, the offensive tackle against Crosby?
Yeah, actually, they played really well.
Yeah. So where are you off to, David?
Indianapolis, Notre Dame, Purdue, and then Philly for Falcons, Eagles.
Okay, not bad.
So, yeah, no. And I'll get to see my mom Sunday.
Oh, where does she live?
Jersey, so it's just an hour and a half drive from
Nice.
the airport. So, yeah.
Cool.
So I'll spend the day with her. She's made dinner plans for me.
Okay.
Okay.
Is she cooking or
Sizzler?
Actually, we're going to the
Where?
diner in Clark,
Okay.
which we love.
My grandmother used to love steak and ale.
There you go. Oh.
2 dinners that used to cook. She's been dead now, unfortunately, 30 years. And on a $25 bill, I used to tip $5. She goes, "You're a real sport with my money."
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floor Meister Studios. Floor Meisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Hour 2 of Miller and Moulton on this Football Friday.
Football Friday.
Pat Kirwan will join us 1 hour from now, but Lee Sterling, this is his day and time, joining us on the American Paint Supplies hotline. American Paint Supplies, your one-stop shop for all your coatings needs. Well, an night-altering event for the Dolphins organization last night, Lee. That is for sure. Don't know if Tua will play again this year, if Tua will play again, period. But, I don't know how you phrase it, but we've been saying this is like when Pedro called the Yankees his daddy.
Yep. They own the Dolphins. I mean, it was over even before he got hurt. So for the Dolphins, probably they're going to have to pick a quarterback first round, start all over. So tough. And it's not like there's a Justin Herbert that they could have picked in this upcoming draft. So, I mean, there's Carson Beck, Quinn Ewers, definitely not. If it's Shador Sanders, I'm done. But
Listen to your voice. This has hit you hard. You are a professional handicapper. The Bills have owned the Dolphins.
I'm a Dolphins fan also.
You are a mess this morning, Lee.
I got up, didn't, if I came with a hat and just somehow made it and crawled into the office, I'm not a mess. I'm not happy. This is probably they're probably going to have to cut guys because of the cap. They're going to be well over the cap next year and start all over. It's a 3 to 4 year rebuild.
See, that's why I went there, okay? Because we know Lee is representing, okay, Dolphin Nation right now. And so we wanted to get a couple of minutes of the pain, the darkness, okay? So, now we have it. Hey, let's talk about some games.
Oh, okay. All right. Let's go.
Yeah.
Speaking of another juggernaut, let's go talk about the Florida Gators. The Gators are getting 3 against A&M. How do you see this one, Lee?
Well, Sunbelt Billy looks like he's going to start Graham Mertz. I would not do that. I would Go with the young kid. It gives you the most upside and the most to sell to recruits in the future. I think it's a rebuild. The matchup here, I think that is going to make the difference is Texas A&M running the football. I think they can still run the football. Connor Wegman, who is projected to be a second-round pick in the NFL draft, another quarterback Miami might want to look at, didn't play well in their first game against Notre Dame, but he should play better. They have not won. I think it's a true road game. I think they've lost like 15, 16 straight, something like that, some crazy number since 2019, 2020. So I think they're going to be able to run the ball in this weak Florida front four. I think Le'Veon Moss and Amari Daniels should have some pretty big games here. This isn't a A++ game, but I think Texas A&M should win this game 27-20.
It'll be interesting to see if Mertz and the Gators get off to a bad start, how long he stays with him, since he's already said he's going to play Lagway, period, and he's got packages for him. Once he puts them in, does he take them out? All right. Listen, the Canes are being told how good they are, and they don't, have a tough opponent here in theory for a while. So it's a big number, though. Do they show up and blow them out 52-3, or do they just win, 38-17 and not cover the 36.5 against Ball State?
So going into this year, Mario Cristobal had a point spread record of 29-43-2. Career record as a head coach, not very good since he had started at Oregon and also Miami. This year he's 2-0. Main reason is Cam Ward. To win big point spread games, you have to have a quarterback. You have to have a quarterback they're going to leave in. They left him in well into the fourth quarter, which was a little surprising last week. So, they got 5-6 receivers. They got 2, 3, maybe 4 running backs. So they can score quick. Ball State just not very good here. Did not go to a bowl each of the last 2 seasons. They're kind of in a rebuild. They have a redshirt freshman quarterback. Their kicker and their punting game, not very good either. These kids have to be nervous going into a big stadium like that facing Miami. I'll say Miami wins this game here, 51-7.
Florida State coming off their best week of the season. They didn't play.
Yeah.
And that's what they needed. They needed a week off. Now Memphis, 6.5's the number. How do you see it, Lee?
Yeah, Mike Norvell faces his old team, and I think he'll have his team ready to go. If I was Mike Norvell, I would say to my offensive coordinator, let's get together with DJ and let's create a package. Let's ask him what 2025 plays he likes the best. They got to do something to make him feel comfortable. If they do that, that could help. I always felt, I watched the spring game, and I'm like, this is not a passing team. They need to be a run-first team and then some play action. They should be doing more RPO. I mean, it's not like DJ looked like he's going to be playing in the NFL. So run him. I mean, he was a runner a lot early in his career, and so that's probably his best asset, even though he's maybe not as thin and as nimble as he was when he came in as a freshman. Memphis is good, but, I mean, their defense, nothing special at all. They also were not tested by Northern Alabama and also Troy. Troy is not a good team. Troy, almost their entire starting offense and defense were backups last year. It's now or never for Florida State. I'm going to go I'll take the Fighting Norvells here, 28-17.
All right, Florida State at home, having to lay 6.5 against one of those group of 5 teams, which beginning of the season had their hand up as if we're going to be the representative of the G5 in the playoff. All right, to Sunday. Jags at home, 3-point favorite. Both teams are 0-1. Jags hosting the Browns.
I think that Trevor Lawrence is just a better quarterback here than Deshaun Watson. Deshaun Watson looks like will be without David Njoku, who is his safety valve, probably his biggest weapon. So that's a problem. Deshaun Watson just does not look like the same quarterback. That's another bad contract the team is stuck with. So think the Jacksonville looked pretty good. I mean, they dominated Miami most of the game. That fumble into the end zone was the difference. They had to settle for a couple field goals. I like Jacksonville. I think they win and cover here, 27-17.
The Bucks and the Lions, 7.5's the number. Tampa Bay goes back to Detroit where they lost in the playoffs a year ago. How do you see it?
Well, Baker Mayfield's looked really good. I mean, he was on target, reading defenses. But then again, they were playing Washington. Washington had traded the two best pass rushers from last year. A lot of breaks in the secondary. This team, this Tampa Bay team, they're solid. I mean, they're one of these teams that's, not going to wow you or anything. Their cover corners are really, really good. But I think Detroit beat them first game last year. People forget that. They'll more remember the playoff game. And I think just Detroit has too many weapons. If they can give the ball to Gibbs and get him in space, I think he's a difference maker here. I think Detroit secondary also much improved through the draft and also free agency. I'll take Detroit here, 30-20.
Lions laying 7.5. So Lee going with 5 favorites in his picks this week. His game of the week, however, is where the Fox Big Noon folks will be. Alabama at Wisconsin. The line is 16. How do they get it?
Be just one of the first 5 callers. Call 800-400-9741. Again, the number 800-400-9741 to get Alabama and Wisconsin on me. And September continues. We call it September to Remember. 3 weeks. If you want all my phone service plays through Monday, September 30th, $397. Also have a big UFC pay-per-view. They're fighting out of the Sphere tomorrow night. And that should be a really good card. 5 selections, $57. Everything's up and available. Also, a bunch of other free pick videos. There's some other, big games going on, like Missouri taking on Boston College. That should be a fun one. Georgia, Kentucky, Kansas and UNLV tonight. Check out all those videos, ParamountSports.com.
So ParamountSports.com, 800-400-9741. Lee laying the points, laying 3 with Texas A&M, 36.5 with Miami, 6.5 with the Noles, 3 with the Jags, and 7.5 with the Lions. This is a Mark Miller slate right here. Nothing but
man after my own heart. A lot of favorites.
Yeah. Look at the chalk on my hands.
All right. Hey, hang in there, buddy.
Okay. I'll try.
Okay, just
maybe
think
get a
how,
donut or something. Get something sugary.
Yeah.
You need something to make you happier.
I got my coffee already.
Look
right,
at this guy.
Just think about how good your Canes have become. Okay.
Yeah. There's always a silver lining, right?
Exactly. Lee Sterling, ParamountSports.com, Paramount Sports on X, 800-400-9741. Thanks, Lee.
Okay, guys. Have a great day and weekend.
Lee off to a 7-3 start on his games here on Miller and Moulton.
Wow.
That's why I went there.
I need energy in the morning. I do not need ready to go back to bed and the world's ending. Lee Sterling. That was something.
My life's over.
He was speaking on behalf of all Dolphins.
I know.
The text line has been dead this morning. There have been a few Tua haters that have come after him.
Yes.
And there's a few people that have said a few things, but the Bills Mafia is still drunk. They haven't been able to wake up and yell at us for both picking Miami.
Well,
dumbest pick in the world that I ever made. And I knew it when I picked it. If
you did.
If you listen to the audio, you can hear Miami. What a
no.
dumbass.
I don't even think it was that optimistic. It sounded more like, I'll take Miami. I don't know why I'm doing this.
I don't know either.
That's literally what you were like yesterday. You sounded an awful lot like Lee Sterling just did.
You're right.
In making that pick. It's because you knew the Bills were their daddy.
Yes, they are. A total dismantling of the Miami Dolphins last night.
And now we wonder about Tua's health for this year and beyond. I know we got 10 seconds here. What do you think of Lee's thoughts, though, that the Dolphins now have to draft a quarterback?
I think it's a little too early. He was injured last night to totally start the rebuild without a little more evidence of we have to rebuild. American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
Is snoring bothering your spouse? Would you like to sleep in the same bed again? Do you know that snoring can affect your sleep cycle and cause lower testosterone levels? At Sleep Treatment Direct, we have easy solutions. We have a simple laser procedure that can improve snoring in 10 minutes. If you would like to get back in the same bed or are looking for a natural way to treat low testosterone, give us a call at 239-444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Or go to sleeptreatmentdirect.com. That's sleeptreatmentdirect.com. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
A natural diamond is the oldest artifact you will ever touch, and each is one of a kind. Jason and Todd at the Diamond District would like to meet you personally and share their love of natural diamonds and the positive impact of purchasing a natural diamond. We promise that in our vault sits the largest selection of GIA-certified natural diamonds at the most competitive prices in the world. Jason and Todd look forward to shaking your hand and welcoming you to their Diamond District family. This is Miller and Moulton.
What was that, David?
Nothing. I'm kind of talking out of the world famous cigar bar commercial here.
Okay. Good thing I've got 2 on my fantasy team. What do you want it to be, Ambient? No, I'm not doing will Tua retire or not.
Are the Dolphins done? Yep. Put a fork in them. Come on, there's 15 games left.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour. MillerandMoulton.com. Miller_Moulton on X. Thanks so much for being with us. Lee Sterling was just with us. He took 5 favorites this week, which is unlike Lee. There's usually at least one dog in play. But A&M, Miami, Florida State, Jacksonville, the Lions, those are his picks against the number. Lee 7-3, making his picks. Lee joined us on the American Paint Supplies hotline. Pat Kirwan will join us on that same hotline 40 minutes from now. Dolphins, obviously the dominant storyline this morning, getting whooped. Butt kicked, shellacked. Whatever expression you want to use. It was worse than 31-10. And oh yeah, now Tua's hurt again. Oh boy.
So that's the crux of our poll question. Are the Dolphins done? Yep. Put a fork in them. Nope. 15 games left.
And you know what we mean by done. I mean, there's playoffs. You know, can they go 10-7 and make the playoffs? You know what we mean by done. Are they done? Let me ask you this. They signed Ryan Tannehill. If this is a long-term injury for Tua, they signed Tannehill. Is that good enough or no? Are they done?
They're done.
Okay.
They're done.
They stick with Skylar Thompson for 4 weeks, and then Tua comes back.
David, they're done. That broke them last night mentally. I know they can recover and they're professionals and they'll come and play hard and all those things. But this is the same old Dolphins. They play good football teams and they can't do a damn thing.
No.
Long before Tua got hurt, that game was over.
Mm-hmm. 3 picks, 2 of them clearly his fault. Last one, a pick 6, made it 31-10.
Plus a turnover on down, so essentially 4 turnovers, if you will.
Which all started, by the way, unable to convert a 3rd and 1. Tried to jam the fullback in there, stuffed, 4th and 2, sack. Bills score on the next play.
The 4th time in 2 games on 3rd and 1, they go with the fullback. At some point, it's not going to work.
Well, also, I think by that time, the opponent was kind of like, oh, wow, it's a 3rd and 1. The fullback's in the game. They're going to give it to him.
Right.
Right. Our buddy, the Bills fan who was at the game, he texted and he said, listen, I know the Dolphins came back on the next drive and scored, but I'm telling you, when the Bills on their first drive went for it 4th and 3 from the 17 and threw the touchdown pass, he said it was over. He goes, if you were there, I'm telling you, it was over. The Bills looked at the Dolphins defense like, we own you. It's done.
They did whatever they wanted against Miami.
And they only ran 45
I
plays.
yes, because everyone was they're running 40 yards going to the house.
I mean, it's so funny to look at the stat sheet. A team that ran 45 plays for less than 250 yards. Kicked 3 turnovers. The Bills' performance, no turnovers, 1 penalty on a short week on the road against a, quote, good team. I mean, what a job McDermott and those players did. That's a tremendous performance.
And losing the linebacker earlier in the game.
Right.
Already without Milano. I mean, they talk about your next man up philosophy and guys just going and getting it done. Could see it, you don't get a whole lot out of the halftime interview, but when McDermott's getting interviewed there and was asked about the defense, you could just see the kind of corners of his mouth curl up and say, guys are flying to the ball. We're playing. I mean, you could just see how pleased he was with the execution of his defense.
And he's a defensive guy. Yep.
All right. Now, normally, David, and I don't know if you want to extend it to the next time. This is usually when we make our picks. It's been so bad. I see you, kind of avoiding this segment.
Oh, is that what we do?
Every week, right after Lee make his picks, we make ours.
Oh, I mean, is it really not? I mean, here could be the poll question. Okay. Who's been worse this year? The Dolphins Thursday night against the Bills or Moulton with his picks?
It's a hell of a poll question right there. I'll get it up during the break because I want to know what the people think of that one.
I mean, listen, I could do my picks in 13 seconds. Nobody's going to take them seriously, nor should they. Seriously, it's just go the other way. If you go the other way, you'd be 9-1 right now with my picks. You want my picks? I'll give you my picks. I really do like the Jags. Sorry, Jags fans, I really do. I don't think Cleveland's offense, okay, without Njoku, without, to me, a serious running threat, I think, and Jacksonville's honked off at themselves. They blew the game against Miami. And they got to start winning here. And this is their only home game in the first month of the season. I like Jacksonville to win, and I like them to cover the 3. This is going to be a big deal for the Texans. This group hasn't gotten a lot of primetime love. I mean, last year, they weren't on primetime until their final game of the regular season when they had to beat the Colts to make the playoffs. Houston Texans hosting a Sunday night football game. Caleb Williams and the Bears offense just amounted to 148 yards. Are we sure all of a sudden week 2 they're going to have it together? Remember, C.J. Stroud and the Texans started 0-2 last year. They didn't get it together offensively till nearly October. I'm going to lay 6.5 with the Texans. I love LSU at South Carolina. I know game day is going to be there, the crowd, the intro, and I will say their intro music, it's awesome. It's a great scene in Columbia. Those fans deserve so much more than they deserved Spurrier and what he gave them. They're great fans. By the way, if game day shows up, game day basically went to Ireland for Florida State. How'd they do? Game day went to where'd they go for week 2?
They were in Michigan.
Okay, well, that was yesterday, last week. But then week 1 then, where were they? Okay, anyway, the home team lost.
Were they at A&M?
They were, right. Notre Dame beat them. So anyway, if game day shows up, the home team's 0-3, essentially. Give me LSU, lay the 6.5. I'm taking Pitt in the backyard brawl. It's essentially a pick 'em. Pitt's getting 1. They're at home. They lost to them last year. Give me Pitt. And I'm opposite Lee Sterling, which has worked out really well for me this year. I think I'm 0-5 going head-to-head with Lee. Give me Memphis in 6.5. I don't believe in DJ Ukulele at all.
All right. I'll make this quick because we don't have a hell of a lot of time here. I'm trying to figure out how the number's only 22 with Georgia and Kentucky. Like, I'm serious.
Okay.
I thought the number would be a lot higher. I thought it would be closer to 28. So give me the dogs, lay the 22 against Kentucky. I like Alabama against Wisconsin. Wisconsin played terribly against Western Michigan, barely hung on against, they were up just a score late against South Dakota. I know Alabama struggled with South Florida, but South Florida I think is a pretty good football team. Give me Alabama and lay the 16. Doing something I don't normally do, David. I'm taking the points. Give me BC plus 16 over Missouri. I think the game will be closer than that. I know Missouri's blown out two bad teams, but BC's got a quarterback that can run and throw. That gives teams problems. I like BC plus the 16. To Sunday we go. Tampa plus 7.5. I think the game's closer than that. I think Detroit will win, but I think it's by a field goal. I think Baker and the boys give a very competitive effort and can cover the 7.5. I love the half for what it's worth. And Minnesota, that was a 1 week wonder because the Giants are awful. They're going to see a real defense. We'll see Sam Darnold turn back into his normal self. Give me San Francisco, and I'll lay the 5 against the Vikings.
By the way, did you see what one of the Niners said playing the Vikings this week? He said, well, we're playing a better team than we played last week. We love the 6 seconds of truth here on Miller and Moulton. Pat Kirwan coming up at the top of the hour.
The Cape Coral Police Department is growing. They are currently looking for police officers and are offering a $10,000 signing bonus to newly hired officers. If you desire a career in law enforcement, or if you are already in law enforcement and thinking about making a move to a better agency, think Cape Coral Police Department. If you're looking for a police department that is committed to excellence, that invests in the highest level of training, state-of-the-art equipment, and some of the highest compensation in all of Southwest Florida, then the Cape Coral Police Department is for you. Visit capecops.com. That's capecops.com.
Honey, you want to come out? I haven't seen you since Glass Doctor installed our custom shower enclosure.
No thanks.
Well, you can't keep eating breakfast in the shower, and laminating your magazines is getting expensive. You remember we have guests coming over tonight, right?
Oh, I'm sure they'd love to see the shower.
It's our neighbors, and I highly doubt they want to be hanging out in our bathroom.
The shower's so good, you'll never want to leave. Visit glassdoctor.com today and schedule an appointment online.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
This is Miller and Moulton.
the memes. I mean, this is when X is incredible.
At its best. Yep.
Whenever somebody screws up or something goes wrong, the memes are just.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton. Text the guys what's in your mind at 21,000. That's 21000. And now, here's David Moulton.
Remember, we're a different show. We're unlike everybody else. Everybody else, what's on your mind? We're what's in your mind. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X.
I do stand corrected from yesterday's show, David, when you wanted to get T-shirts again. I said we'd sell 2. It looks as if, based on the reaction from the Twitch chat room and the text line, is that we'd probably sell 22.
Oh, okay. That's still not enough to get merch, but okay.
Right.
Oh, that's good. It's nice to see that you're adjusting the over-under. It's up to 22.5. Okay. Well, that's good.
I'd be willing to put it at 36.
By the way, phone update. I returned it to the T-Mobile. Just apparently this guy, he must have shut off the phone. Either that or he has absolutely no friends, no life whatsoever. 2 days, 1 phone call, no texts. I don't know. All he had to do was get Mama to call it again. Him call it himself. I mean, just come on. It's sitting somewhere. It's either lost and found at an airport. Some guy's got it. It's trying to return it to you. I mean, why wouldn't you call your phone?
And based on the fact that you found out, because you did get a call from T-Mobile, that it was a T-Mobile customer, you took it to a T-Mobile store, and they seemed very eager to help you out, David.
They seemed as interested in doing something positive with that phone as the guy who lost the phone was in getting it back. Yes. Apparently, Mark, I am the only one who cared about that phone and getting it back to its owner.
Yep. That's something.
It really is.
You tried to do something nice. I mean, you actually put in effort.
I did.
A lot of effort.
Yep.
To do something nice for a stranger. Like I had to run to Lowe's yesterday. I actually did something nice for someone else. Guy had a big cart, and I looked over as I'm walking into Lowe's, and he's got a big box. I'm like, "Do you need help getting that out of your?" It's a Jeep. It was in the back of a Jeep. He's like, "Man, that'd really be nice." And I helped him unload. He had bought a toilet, and the toilet was cracked. So I helped him put the toilet on the cart, and he was on his day. I'm like, I helped the guy out. It took me 2 seconds.
Right.
You spent 2 days trying to do something nice, and no one at all helped you be nice. Not even the person you were trying to be nice to.
I slept with the phone twice. 2 different locations.
Well, that's because of the picture on it.
Well, that's besides the point. She was a voluptuous, young, healthy brunette. People did appreciate me saying she was healthy. They got it, which is good, because that's the only way to be able to talk about it. Never mind, because there may be kids in the car going to school and what have you. How would you describe her? Young,
healthy.
attractive, healthy, and seemingly very happy that somebody came home from work.
Healthy, different than perky.
Correct. It's a different look, if you know what we mean. All right. Since Pat's coming up in top of the hour to talk about the NFL, any college game, like we have 2 top 20 teams playing one another tonight. The first Friday night Fox. I mean, get ready, folks. This is going to be a thing. Okay. They're going to do this probably for the rest of the time. They're going to have a game. They're going to try to make Friday night what ESPN successfully made Thursday night college football before the NFL said, wow, a few people actually pay attention to that. We'll start playing there instead. So it's a Big 12 matchup. I could see the Big 12 getting a lot of Friday night, can't you?
Well, I mean, David, this is a good matchup. Next week, it's Illinois and Nebraska in this slot.
Right.
So they're going to have games.
Mhm.
They're going to have games that you're going to be interested in. And I look at it this way, David. If Arizona and Kansas State are on tomorrow at 3:30, or they're on at 7 o'clock, the odds are I'm not paying much attention to that game. Whereas tonight, what the hell else am I going to watch?
Yeah, I mean, Caitlin Clark and the FIVA. But besides that, right, I hear, I mean, according to our show, apparently there's only 17 of you still watching baseball. I know the ratings say that's not true, but so you got Major League Baseball tonight.
I know the ratings say there's 16.
No, they say it's kind of like us and T-shirts, Mark. All right. Once again, you're underplaying it. There's 32 people watching Major League Baseball tonight.
Gotcha.
It's like our selling the imaginary shirts. You don't think Wisconsin has anything for Alabama, do you?
I don't. The transition of what they're trying to become is not something that scares Alabama. I think Alabama will be able to score relatively easily against Wisconsin, and I see them putting up in the high 30s.
Well, the Vegas numbers, they're kind of mean, if you will, since Alabama's a 16-point favorite. It's over under 50.5, give or take a point. They're basically saying, Mark, Alabama 34-17. And this is where I think the change in approach that Luke Fickell was brought in to take Wisconsin to the level that he got Cincinnati. Well, you could argue, all right, big plays in the passing game. You got to score points to beat Alabama. This approach is the right approach to take if you're trying to take that next step. But how would Wisconsin have played this game in the past? They would have said to Alabama, get ready to play in a phone booth tonight, boys, and we are coming right at you. You in the mood for this? Because that's how we play here. And if they start to win up front, they slow the game down. They shorten it. They grind it. Now, if it doesn't work, they get blown out 35-3. So, you could see why, Mark, if you're torn. It's kind of like, you're a very good Michigan State team in 2015. A very good team. Won the Big Ten title. All right. Tried to play the power game against Alabama in the national semifinals. And when it didn't work, there was no plan B.
None whatsoever.
And so this Wisconsin AD went to plan B and went to Luke Fickell and said, listen, we need to be better offensively. We need to compete with the big boys. Yeah, they ain't there, though. They need a breakout performance at some point this year. How likely is it to happen tomorrow at noon?
They were in one-score games with Western Michigan and South Dakota. I think third quarter with South Dakota, fourth quarter with Western Michigan. I know that USF just played Alabama very tough. They did. Probably the worst thing that could have happened to Wisconsin.
Do we think Wake Forest can give Ole Miss a game? Ole Miss has started off with 2 cupcakes. By the way, that's on the CW at 6:30 tomorrow, if anyone's interested. But Wake Forest hosting Ole Miss. That's 5th ranked Ole Miss, by the way. Do you think Wake can give them a game? The line is 21.5. That's, Kentucky's the same dog, essentially, give or take a point against Georgia.
Probably should throw Ole Miss in there as a pick. No, I don't think Wake Forest can give them a game. They lost to Virginia and beat a FCS school with their other game and didn't do anything that impressively.
All right. We've got 3 or 4 true rivalry games here. We got the Civil War, Oregon State. Oregon State's lost a lot. That, by the way, is 3:30 Saturday on Fox. Going up against our rivalry game on CBS, Notre Dame and Purdue. It is a rivalry game. It is. They go back. They don't play every year anymore like they should, but trust me, they're not far from each other. My grandmother, my beloved grandmother, who watched the Notre Dame games with the rosary beads. I kid you not, Mark. Every year, the Michigan game didn't scare her. The USC game scared her. The Purdue game, she was a wreck all week. Whole time I was growing up, she was a wreck about Purdue. She could recite chapter and verse about the times that Purdue ruined really good Notre Dame seasons.
9.5 the number. I don't see it for Purdue.
I got you.
I just don't. I mean, they are picked to be at the bottom of the Big Ten.
Yes, bottom
or as you like to call it, the big rig.
Right, the big rig, absolutely. 18
well, the big rig doesn't have enough fuel to get Notre Dame. The problem is I don't know how much Notre Dame will score. I mean,
well, yeah. Well, also their starting quarterback now, the whispers are he's hurt. That he's yet to throw a TD pass, right?
Yes.
So, but we got the backyard brawl. I mean, for as much as Penn State, West Virginia got hyped week 1 and Fox had their show there and McAfee did his show there and all that, for as much as that game got hyped, this is the game. This is the game for both schools. Unless Pitt gets Penn State on the schedule. That's who they'd really want to be the game. But we're playing this sucker. What's it, the 107th backyard brawl? Something like that?
Pitt's 2-0, but not very good. Who'd you pick in this game?
I took Pitt. They actually rallied. They scored the last 22 points. I think, Mark, they found their offense in the second half at Cincinnati. Scored 22 unanswered to sneak out a 1-point win and run onto the team bus. So,
I'll probably go against you and take West Virginia.
Okay.
Just because West Virginia is not going to want to lose to Penn State and Pitt in the whole year. This could save their season.
Well, I have to admit, could you have a worse start to the season in the first 3 weeks? If you're
No.
West Virginia, you lose the Penn State and Pitt. I mean, you literally team meeting. What's the use to keep playing, boys? Well, we can still win the Big 12. Whatever.
Washington State play this week, too.
So we got the Civil War and the Apple Cup?
In September.
This is like early season college basketball. That's because these games became non-conference games. How ridiculous is that? So we got some real rivalry games this week.
Not a great slate.
No, we need the rivalry games to deliver.
By the way, how much of a shot do you give Tulane against Oklahoma? They've looked awful this year.
To win? Not really.
To cover the 13?
If I were to bet it, I'd take the points, but I stayed away, which fans of both schools are very happy about. So,
did you at all think about flipping all your picks this week?
No, I didn't. I'm not there yet. I'm not there. I'm not to the state. I feel better about myself and my picks at 1-9 than Dolphin fans feel about their team after last night.
I think, because you're a team of one and you can build your confidence back up. The Dolphin confidence level is getting scraped off the floor right now.
Yeah, they're done. Yeah, they're done. Our poll question, by the way, are the Dolphins done? And you know what we mean by done. Can they turn it around, win 10 games, make the playoffs? All right. Sure, there's 15 games left. They're not done. Or, oh, yeah, put a fork in them. They're toast.
4 out of 5 of you saying that they're done. That includes me, by the way. I don't know how you voted on the poll question, but I said put a fork in them. They're done.
It's too early to vote. I need to know Tua's status. I do. If he's going to miss 3 games, they're not toast. If he's done for the year, they done. They toast. Wow. Who knew Thursday night football could be so big?
We said it was going in, though.
We did. But I mean, heck, we didn't even think it could go that badly, though.
No.
On and off the field. Man. Whew. Miller and Moulton. The Bills are the Dolphins' daddy.
And there is not a damn thing that the Dolphins can do about it. Not a damn thing.
They put their best team out on the field the last 20 years against the worst Bills team of the last 5. Whew.
And got whooped.
They even put them in the right jerseys, and it didn't matter.
Nope.
Those jerseys really do look good, though. Pat Kirwan, he sounds good. He's next.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net. Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
Honey, you want to come out? I haven't seen you since Glass Doctor installed our custom shower enclosure.
No thanks.
Well, you can't keep eating breakfast in the shower, and laminating your magazines is getting expensive. You remember we have guests coming over tonight, right?
Oh, I'm sure they'd love to see the shower.
It's our neighbors, and I highly doubt they want to be hanging out in our bathroom.
The shower's so good, you'll never want to leave. Visit glassdoctor.com today and schedule an appointment online.
The Cape Coral Police Department is growing. They are currently looking for police officers and are offering a $10,000 signing bonus to newly hired officers. If you desire a career in law enforcement, or if you are already in law enforcement and thinking about making a move to a better agency, think Cape Coral Police Department. If you're looking for a police department that is committed to excellence, that invests in the highest level of training, state-of-the-art equipment, and some of the highest compensation in all of Southwest Florida, then the Cape Coral Police Department is for you. Visit capecops.com. That's capecops.com.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
At Physical Therapy and Balance Centers, our goal is to help you love your life. When your life is sidelined by an injury, dizziness, surgery, or condition keeping you from doing what you love, we're here to help you heal and feel your best. Our therapist evaluation will determine the root cause of your health challenges, resulting in a unique treatment plan customized just for you. Visit www.physical.com to find your nearest location and see how we can help you love your life.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Hello, Pat.
Good morning, fellas.
How are you?
I'm doing fine. Way better than the Dolphin fans.
Oh, boy.
I'm getting a break from them, and there I am picking them. I figured this is the one. If they can do it, it's now or never. Well, never was the answer.
Yep. The end of the show, I picked the game. David picked the Dolphins, and he pinned me down to pick, and I'm like, Miami?
And he didn't even say it that optimistically, Pat. He said it, I'll take Miami, I guess.
Well, you might like, Mark, what I said at the end of our show. It's 5-7. If this show went on to 8 o'clock, I'd take the Bills because the more I talk about them, the more I like them, but I didn't do it.
I was that way. I was talking to my buddy in Buffalo yesterday, and I'm going through Allen's numbers again against Miami. I'm like, why did I pick Miami again?
Yeah.
I was just convinced it was their time.
That's exactly what I thought. I said, hey, if it's going to ever happen, it's now.
That's what I said.
How about little things like if it was New York, they'd be butchering them in the post. How about with 5 minutes to left, they caught Tyreek Hill and Waddle laughing on the bench.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Down 24-7.
Did the head coach look like the kid that they hired a few years ago and hasn't grown up yet? He looked lost in space. Mike.
Pat, I said, everybody's going to dump on the Dolphins today, but that may be as well coached and as played a game as a team can play on a Thursday night on the road. 1 penalty, no turnovers.
Yeah,
all right?
and then forcing 3 interceptions. The one with Robbie chosen to do what? Get cut today? That was a misunderstanding between him, and that's what happens. You hire guys like that, you give him an option route. He thinks he's supposed to stop and turn around, which I think, when you watch the replay, the coverage was soft and off, and he was right. But the quarterback thought he was going to go deep, and he threw it right to the defensive back. Unbelievable.
Well, and I just thought the play calling at the end of the first half showed that McDaniel had no idea what to do.
Nope.
I was miffed by the play calling at the end of the first half.
Hey, they were on defense in the third quarter, and they kept shooting Mike, and Mike is staring down at his call sheet. Mike, we're on defense right now. You ought to try to get the pulse of your team. You hurt your shoulder, David?
Yeah, about a month ago.
Oh,
More than that.
a lot of shoulder injuries. We're up to 210 on injury reserve.
Yeah.
It will be 225 by Monday.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Here's so funny comments. Malik Willis in overdrive learning. Are you kidding me?
Well, Mark and I were talking about it yesterday. Mark's like, I don't have any confidence in Malik Willis. I mean, you got to admit, the Packers very rarely can be questioned about personnel moves, but for all the quarterbacks for them to acquire to back up Jordan Love, it is fascinating they acquired him.
Yeah, he's as raw could be. He's
Right.
no way. First off, why are you in overdrive? You give him a 10-play list, and that's it. We'll roll through these 10 plays 5 times each. But if you try to teach that guy the offense, he has no chance. He'll be paralyzed out there. Oh, man. There are some funny comments. That kid Spector played good last night.
I thought they needed to acquire like a Brett Ripien to back.
They absolutely need someone who's lined up before. Right. Unbelievable. Really.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floor Meister Studios. Floor Meisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
And we are always joined this day and time during the football season by Pat Kirwan. He of NFL Radio's Moving the Chains, CBS's NFL Today show. By the way, Moving the Chains is 3 to 7 weekdays and 2 to 5 on Saturdays. So Pat doesn't get a day off till, I don't know, after the draft sometime, maybe. Pat joining us, courtesy of Pinchers, Tampa to Key West, all points in between. Pinchers, where you can't fake fresh. Good morning, Pat. How about that beatdown last night, huh?
Yeah, it's not a good morning if you're a Dolphin fan, because I listened to you guys for a while waiting, and you could make the case that this blew up the whole season.
It's our poll question. Are the Dolphins done? We're 2 games into the season, Pat, and I think it's a fair question to ask.
Yeah, well, they had to rally to win week 1, which kind of is impressive in one sense. But then what happened last night was, as you guys called it, a total beatdown, and the quarterback's now injured. And most of the game, when I was watching the Miami defense, I'm thinking, you couldn't keep Christian Wilkins? The entire defensive line population had 4 tackles. That guy was a force inside. Benito Jones didn't even have a tackle. So those are little things in the sense of the big pictures, the quarterback and the turnovers and everything else. But, some credit to Sean McDermott. Once again, this guy gets a lot of harassment. And up in Buffalo, they're always talking about getting rid of him, which is crazy to me. But when he plays these guys, he's the coach of the year. And he overhauled the secondary. He got rid of his safeties. He's got kids out there and a journeyman in Rasul Douglas, but they play really good back there. And every quarterback, I was talking to Matt Ryan about it last week, goes, I didn't play them a lot, but you really respect how difficult McDermott makes the coverages, and he can trap quarterbacks. And it sure looked like the quarterback was trapped last night. So it's a shame. I kind of was starting to like Tua. I thought he kind of grew up. How about these quarterbacks that are getting fat contracts and getting hurt right away?
You mean like Jordan Love and Tua?
Yeah. Pretty scary. Anyway, that game's over. And Buffalo has launched themselves right back into the same old tough contention they have. And good for them. And last night, if I said to you, Mark, the Bills are going to win, and Josh Allen's only going to run for 2 yards.
And plus, what? He threw 19 passes? They only ran 45 plays.
Yeah. So there's a couple teams I think can win with defense. Not every week, of course, but they can. The Steelers can win with defense. They're going to march out this week without an offense that's working. And they're going to end up trying to beat you with special teams and defense, which I think they can do.
Well, do we have to reassess Buffalo, Pat? I mean, I think everybody thought they were taking a step back this year with all the players they lost. They lose Milano in the preseason, and it looked as if they were taking at least a half a step back. Do we have to reassess Buffalo completely?
As you brought up Milano, Bernard might have a torn pec, right? And I will say this about Spector, that kid, he came to play, and when asked to go out there, the guy had 8 tackles in 2-year career. He goes out and has 10 last night. So those things will wear you down eventually. As Bernard was a terrific play caller for them. They counted on him for a lot of stuff. So those kind of things, this is why all spring I waste everyone's time explaining the rooms. You got to have enough in each room to survive the injuries. And the old injury reserve, the IR pace is pretty intense right now. We're up to 210 with IR and PUP. So we'll be at 225 by Monday and maybe 250 by next week. That's like 4 football teams.
Got to give it up to the Bills defensively. 2 games now, 2 difficult quarterbacks and offenses to play against. They held Arizona, forget the 28 points. 8 of those was a kickoff return and 2-point conversion. They held Arizona to 270 yards. They held the Dolphins to 350. So they're +3 in turnovers in 2 games. They've forced 4. They're allowing teams on average of 310 yards of offense a game. And Josh Allen's their quarterback. That's dangerous.
Yes, it is. And Von Miller is healthy again. And they showed him enough last night. His get off is back. He had a sack 2 weeks in a row. He's a problem again for offenses because if you roll protection that way, Rousseau responded last week with 3 sacks. So they can't get after you. And you know what? A moment of joy for DeMar Hamlin. Now, he was the one who laid the stick on Tua when he had the concussion. But when I was up there, physically, he just looks like he's not built to play football anymore, to suffer what he went through. And he's out starting, and they're not doing it to be nice to him. They're doing it because they think he's good enough to do it. And he delivered last night again. Pretty impressive.
All right, Pat, let's get to some of the games that are happening this week. And I want to start with the Saints and the Cowboys. The Saints look spectacular in their win. Dallas obviously really good and beating down Cleveland on Sunday. The Saints played Carolina, so you don't take a lot out of it, but their offense was very effective. Carr looked really good. And, well, Dallas is 6-point favorite. How do you see this game, Pat?
Yeah, I like Dallas a lot at home. They scored. Look, this is the number 1 offense last year. They're at home. Our friend Dak Prescott is 15-2 in his last 17 home games, and he's got 38 touchdowns to his credit during that. I did not buy the Saint thing because it's really about how poor Carolina is. Might give him some credit, but Carr, he's got 4-5 record on the road as a Saint. He's thrown 11 touchdowns in 9 games. You cannot go into Dallas and be 1, not even 2 touchdowns a game. So I don't think New Orleans will be able to keep pace with the Dallas Cowboys. And Alvin Kamara, he's kind of fading into the sunset. Hasn't had a 100-yard rushing game in 14 games and only once in 26 games. So I'm not buying the Saints. And what do you get? You got to give 6 points, 6.5, whatever that line turns into. I would give the points to take Dallas.
All right, there are 6 games involving 0-1 teams facing each other. Some may say the most interesting one on paper is Cleveland at Jacksonville, 2 winning teams from a year ago. Well, also 2 winning teams from a year ago. Colts at Packers, the inexperienced Richardson making his 6th start. Malik Willis making the start for Green Bay. This game fascinates me.
Me too. Did I ever think in 2024, I would say at any time that Anthony Richardson has the most experience on the field of the quarterback? Never. But, he's an athlete. He throws the deep ball. I don't like to pick against the Packers, but in this case, I'm not buying Malik Willis. I don't think they ever thought he'd have to play this early, if at all. I think he was an experiment that they wanted to get an athlete in there and try to develop something around him, maybe a situational player, but no, he's not ready for this. The guy's thrown 67 passes in his whole life. He's 52% completion. He's never thrown a touchdown. No, I'll take the Colts.
Well, let's look at that Browns and Jags game. Browns offensively look challenged. Watson doesn't look like he can play. And Jacksonville, after a hot start against Miami, really cooled off in the second half.
Well, Jacksonville has been cooled off since last year, right? Well, they 0-6 in the last 6 games. I mean, Trevor Lawrence and company has not been very good. The injuries are mounting up in Cleveland. Offensive line injuries now. Njoku's already out. Their record when Njoku. Kevin Stefanski is the guy who loved Njoku. I thought he was going to dump him for dropping passes, but he not only kept him, he paid him. That team's record when Njoku's out is 10-9. They're a 500 football team. He's that important to them. He's not going to go. I don't know if Myles Garrett's foot's a real problem or it's just something he can work through. But you already said something, Mark, that I'm with you. Who is Deshaun Watson?
Pat, right now, he's one of the 10 worst starting quarterbacks in the league.
Yeah. And if he's got more off the field issues that could get the Browns to get out from under the rest of that contract, I would say they'd do it.
Officially, the Jags have lost 6 of their last 7. They ended last year losing 5 out of 6, and obviously they lost the opener to the Dolphins. Can the Steelers, with the formula that they've played now 2 years in a game with, inadequate quarterback play, terrific defense, excellent kicker, get out of Denver, Bo Nix's home debut with a W?
Yes, they can. They are physical enough to do it. They're not going to be pretty right now. They may not be pretty all year, but I do think they can. Remember, this team did go 14-10 with Kenny Pickett and 7-5 of it last year. So they have learned how to play. And that's before they were committed to the run game. Now with Arthur, they'll run the ball. They will not lose the game on offense. Don't ask me if they have enough to win on offense, but they can win with defense. Bo Nix is up against a tough defense that will mix up all kinds of pressure calls, and they will get after him. I do not see the Denver Broncos being able to hand that home dog. Nope. And if Boswell wants to kick 50-yard field goals with no altitude, what do you think he's going to do out there? 65-yarders?
The only thing I will say is some teams have difficult histories in certain places. The Steelers do not have a good history at Mile High. I still call it Mile High, if you know what I mean. So
No,
Denver has not been a friendly place to the Steelers. They've lost a couple playoff games there, et cetera.
That's true. I was on the sideline for 2 of them, and they look like a lot of teams that have to play at altitude. But you're asking me about playing against Bo Nix. I'll take the Steelers defense.
Jets get it right on the road against Tennessee?
I'm glad you brought that game up. I was hoping we were going to talk about it. Yes, I think they'll win, but I would be in a lot of fear against the Tennessee defense. Go look at that roster. Go look at how many physical players they have. They will make it hard on the Jets. And did you watch the two old men at offensive tackle? I thought Tyron Smith had a hard day. And they're going to get after the quarterback. But I think the Jets will have enough resources to try to win, because I'm not taking Will Levis for a while. When a guy says, I think I'm going to be a good quarterback, that tells you he knows he's not a good quarterback.
It's an interesting organizational choice they made. Obviously, they benched Tannehill for him, and they didn't try to replace him this year. They basically said, we'll go as far as Will Levis takes us this year. They held the Bears to 148 yards, no offensive touchdowns, and lost. That's a very good defense. We'll go through the rest of the 0-1 games and the rest of the NFL slate with Pat Kirwan. He of NFL Radio's Moving the Chains and CBS's NFL Today show. He joins us once again courtesy of Pinchers, Tampa to Key West, all points in between, including their new location in Lakewood Ranch. Pinchers, where you can't fake fresh. More with Pat on the other side. Miller and Moulton will go through the NFL slate as well. Just straight up, no point spreads involved, so we won't suck as badly as we normally do. Miller and Moulton, thanks for listening. MillerandMoulton.com. Are you suffering from neuropathy? Do you experience stabbing pain, numbness, tingling, or burning in your feet? Are you tired of sleepless nights and avoiding life due to pain? If you've been diagnosed with neuropathy or experiencing pain or numbness in your feet, pick up the phone and call us right now before it's too late at 239-382-7332. Again, that's 239-382-7332. Neuropathy is a very serious and progressive disease where your nerves start to break down. Eventually, it leads to balance problems, falls, complete loss of independence, and can lead to amputation.
Hi, I'm Dr. Eric Gnarl, DC. Our program addresses the underlying causes and doesn't simply mask your symptoms with medication. In fact, many patients start experiencing relief from neuropathy symptoms within weeks. There's no surgery and no use of prescription drugs.
Pick up the phone right now and call 239-382-7332. Call us today at Restore Health. 239-382-7332.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Still liking that Catholic school?
Oh, she's happy.
Good.
We're happy because the workload is about, my Catholic school was not as good as the public school. You could get away with things in my Catholic school. Her education is easily, I would say, 5 times better than what she was getting in the public school.
I love that. And that's the experience I had with my kids. They came home with a lot of homework. And you know what? They weren't complaining about it. They were just doing it because the other students were all doing it. No one was cutting out of the homework and acting like, oh, I didn't remember it.
You know what? I'm dealing with the same exact thing, Pat. She just, at first it was a little overwhelming. She did bad on one spelling test because I would have failed the spelling test. And now she just dives in. And every night when I bring her home, she's got most of her homework done. If she doesn't, it's like, all right, you got to do this. And she sits down and does it. So.
Yep. That's the exact same experience. And all of a sudden they're ambitious academically. They want good grades.
Right.
Great for you. What's the drive? 20 minutes?
About 30, 35, but it is what it is. It's
Yep. Hey, you know what it is? It's time to talk to her on the way home when you pick her up.
right. I get a half hour of you on the way there.
Sorry about that part.
Unless you got Moulton co-host, and then I can't listen. Then I listen to the college sports. I get enough of David.
Oh, God. Jim Miller did ask me, he goes, so one day I said to him, David, he likes reading those advertisements, and Jimmy hates it. And we got some long ones.
Tell.
So I did ask David yesterday. I said, Jim would like to know if you would be able to do his reads for him. And then Dave goes, taped or live? I go, he'll take them any way you can send them. He hates them.
There are days I can tell that Jim hates the live reads. You can just hear it. You can just hear he's like, that's enough for today.
Did you tell him me texting you yesterday? Yes. God, he had the disclaimer was longer than the read.
Yeah. Well, we don't have any control over what they send in for us to read, and it's horrendous. I used to do the reads when I first started. I said, I'm not doing this anymore. Next guy, when Tim Ryan left, and I said, you know what? The next guy's doing the reads, not me.
Well, and especially the gambling disclaimers, because if you listen to an ad, they have those sped up to about 4 times actual time.
Yeah.
Listen, I'll play along. Okay. If you think you won't get in trouble, okay, we can do 1 hour of one show where I'll hook up and I don't have to get paid and I'll just do the reads. We can come back. I'll do the reads and say, now here's more Moving the Chains with Jim and Pat.
Let me get from Mike one of the reads for today. I'll text it over to you.
Well, I can't. I'm leaving at like noon to fly in, so I can't do it today. Yeah. But I mean, I will do it.
Yeah,
as a lark. I'll do it.
With him.
Yep,
that's funny.
Yeah. So there's some things that are, he's having a little bit of trouble at home. It's been going for a long time, and nothing pisses him off more than having to read the bed one. My number's 100. My wife's is 50. We get a great night's sleep.
Wife's is 60, Pat. I'm going to tell you right now. I know what the numbers are. Okay, because I have a sleep number bed. That's why I laugh every time I hear the spot.
Let me tell you, every time I hear him read it, I don't laugh. I start to just feel bad for him because he's reading something that's totally not true. So sad. Well, I was laughing a little bit when David asked you, Mark, do you think you'd take Wake Forest with he's not there taking.
He knows he's just baiting me with those big point games anyhow.
Think they'll give him a game? No.
I think in college football, from what I see, the bigger the point spread, the more likely you should take the favorite.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton. Text the guys what's in your mind at 21,000. That's 21000. And now, here's David Moulton.
Pat Kirwan rejoins us for his final segment of the week. Pat getting ready to host Moving the Chains, 3 to 7 weekdays, 2 to 5 on Saturdays throughout the NFL season, and then help produce CBS's NFL Today show. He joins us courtesy of Pinchers on the American Paint Supplies hotline. All right. The Niners lost at Minnesota last year. Teams who win on Monday Night Football oftentimes lose on the short week, especially when they have to go on the road. Vikings have a lot of confidence. They absolutely dominated the Giants. I know the Niners are not the Giants, but this team beat that team last year, albeit with Kirk Cousins. Does Minnesota have a real shot against the Niners?
Yeah, I think they have a shot. And, it's interesting. Their quarterback in Minnesota was with the 49ers. So the question always is, who knows who better? And I would think that the 49er defense has a great sense, because I bet you Sam played scout quarterback a lot, and the defense knows a lot about him. So I don't think there's an advantage for Minnesota and how well with the 12 straight by Darnold. So I still like San Francisco. What did they prove to us last week? The third string running back can rumble and roar against the team. And you listed all the, I won't call them excuses, but they sounded like them about why the Jet defense was 25th against the run. And maybe some of them are true, but they ran the ball. And I don't think Shanahan's going to look at this defense and think he can't run against it. So I like San Francisco. Maybe not a high scoring game, but I do like them.
Chiefs and Bengals. When you look at this game, where do you see Burrow, by the way? Do you think he's still having lingering effects from the wrist? No Higgins. This team did not look, obviously, they looked as bad as anybody in the league last week losing to New England. I don't see how they rebound coming against Kansas City.
I don't either. And a lot of guys like to, especially Bengal fans, we play those guys well. Yeah, you play them well, but every one of those games you're talking about were in December and January. We're not in December. We're not in January. The Bengals are going to play this game in September. I don't like them at all in this game. Go back and look at when they played, and our friend Burrow was 3-1 against them. Chase, 37 targets, 30 receptions, 4 touchdowns. Well, he's here. Boyd is not here. 19 targets, 14 receptions, and a touchdown. Higgins still can't play. 22 targets, 18 receptions, and 2 touchdowns. Without the trio, that offense, you are not getting all the mileage you can out of Burrow.
Well, and also, Pat, and you talked about it all off season, they're also without Joe Mixon, who they had for those games.
And what was Joe Mixon last week?
Jane looked pretty good. I think he was the player
he was
of the
the
week.
Man last week. So I don't like them without these weapons. You're really asking Burrow to be more than he is. And they still can't block for the guy. You know, this offensive line still is going to get him tagged over and over again. And now what is he doing? He's waiting for the Losevich and those kids, the Princeton kid, to get open. He's going to get hit more. I don't like him in this game.
We think Tampa Bay is a good team. I think I can say all three of us think Tampa Bay is a good, solid team. Do they just not match up well with Detroit? Like, Miller and Moulton would love to get a good game this week, but we're trying to figure out, where is Tampa's pressure point against the Lions? Is it Evans?
Well, it's always Evans. If they're going to do anything, he needs to score 2 touchdowns and create vertical problems so things loosen up. But you just go back to the 2 games last year to see how they see Tampa. And Detroit said, let's throw the darn ball. They threw the ball 87 times in the 2 games, and he threw for 740 yards and 4 touchdowns. So as much as I want to see them in Detroit run more, especially after that overtime pounding they put, now they do know they can go either way, run it or throw it. But philosophically, in the past, they look at Tampa and they look at that, and Todd Bowles is going to blitz. He's a blitzing maniac. They were not afraid of the blitz last year. And they held Tampa Bay, and I think Baker Mayfield's starting to be the story of this year. They held them to 29 points in 2 games. So they didn't fear the offense, and they want to come out throwing, and they did. And when you throw the ball 87 times and get sacked just a couple of times, I think 5 total sacks, they're going to throw it like crazy. That's their nature. But what did they tell us last week? We will run if we have to, and they were good at it. I hope they continue to run the ball. I like Tampa like you. Winfield's not going to play in this game. And there's some other guys banged up in the secondary. It's going to be too much. And when Jameson showed up and became the number 1 target, it's going to open up Almaine St. Brown this week. St. Brown should have a big week.
Yeah, he'll get a lot of targets. I just think Tampa keeps it to within a touchdown. I may be nuts in this game, but I like Tampa in the 7.5, and the half's a big part of it.
I no, taking the points, I would be interested in taking Tampa at that point. But the question I got to answer was, what do you think they're going to do? Goff is just going to keep throwing the ball against these guys until they prove they can get them on the ground.
2 more battles of unbeaten teams that we haven't discussed. Interesting one in New England. Okay, Patriots at home, but obviously winnable game at home against Seattle.
I talked to the head coach of Seattle this week, McDonald, and I also talked to Tyler Lockett yesterday. And both guys were quick to point out they started the game like a disaster. And then they got their act together. The new head coach, he actually laughed. He goes, were we bad looking or what? I just like his sense of humor. Most coaches, when you start out poorly, they either don't want to talk about it or they're grumping all the time. But no, not him. I like where Seattle is. New England, to me, do they have a star? Do they have a guy who defies the X's and O's?
Their corner, believe it or not, that might be the only star on the team.
Yeah. Seattle still has those 3 receivers and a quarterback that ran 34 yards for a touchdown. I don't think he has to do that every week, but I just think that they're going to be able to throw the ball against New England. And I'm glad New England won last week, but I asked myself, did New England just win or did the Bengals just not show up?
The Bengals did not show up, turning the ball over.
Yep. I'm with you on that. So
sloppy play, but you got to credit New England defense for some of that.
I give them some credit, but not enough for me to take. They'll beat Seattle.
Bears and Texans. Bears got away with one they probably shouldn't have won. Texans looking to get off to a great start.
I think it's way too much to ask Chicago to do. I mean, Houston's got a nice roster. Here's one that I'm sure your listeners know, but it's so darn impressive. The last time C.J. Stroud threw an interception was Thanksgiving weekend. He hasn't thrown one since. He's thrown 230 straight passes, 8 full games without a pick. So you got this efficient guy who's just playing so well, and he's got weapons around him. And they're pretty good on defense. And I don't think the young kid coming out of Chicago, the quarterback, is ready to win games like this. He's a year behind Stroud at best. So, he won a game last week. He was 0 touchdown passes and 3.2 yards per attempt. That will not get it done against Houston.
Winless teams, but is it the Rams season? Do they need to go into Arizona and win, or do they just have so many injuries it may not matter?
Well, they got a lot of injuries, and you don't like when there's injuries in the offensive line and his go-to receiver in Puka, although they'll overcome that. But no, I think they're in trouble. Now, Kyler Murray, he runs around, he does his thing. He's not really very good against these guys. Excuse me. To me, for the Arizona Cardinals to win, it has to be a big James Conner running day. And what I saw last week, and if they watch that tape, they're going to say we should be able to run the ball. James Conner is kind of the heart and soul of this football team, but he needs one of those big days. He has an incredible number of touchdowns against the Rams, 7 of them in his last 6 games, 6 on the ground, 1 in the air. They need one of those days where he pops for 2 or 3 touchdowns. That'll keep it close, but I would not bet against Matthew Stafford against the Arizona Cardinals. I don't know how he's going to get by with this line issues. He's got so many injuries up front.
Pat, have a great weekend, safe travels, and look forward to talking to you on Tuesday after the Eagles-Falcons Monday Nighter.
Look forward to it, fellas. Enjoy your weekend and keep betting on those college games. You guys sound like you really know what you're doing over there.
Wow.
Mark,
wow.
You don't take the bait on those big spreads, Mark. I can see when he's trying to lure you in.
See what he did there?
Wow.
See what he did there? You know what he treated us like? The way the Bills treat the Dolphins.
Well, and by the way, our record this year is 5-15. That's better than the Dolphins' record against the Bills.
When I tuned in to get ready for this show, I heard Mark ask you, do you want to flip all your bets? Did he say that?
Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
A natural diamond is the oldest artifact you will ever touch, and each is one of a kind. Jason and Todd at the Diamond District would like to meet you personally and share their love of natural diamonds and the positive impact of purchasing a natural diamond. We promise that in our vault sits the largest selection of GIA-certified natural diamonds at the most competitive prices in the world. Jason and Todd look forward to shaking your hand and welcoming you to their Diamond District family.
The Cape Coral Police Department is growing. They are currently looking for police officers and are offering a $10,000 signing bonus to newly hired officers. If you desire a career in law enforcement, or if you are already in law enforcement and thinking about making a move to a better agency, think Cape Coral Police Department. If you're looking for a police department that is committed to excellence, that invests in the highest level of training, state-of-the-art equipment, and some of the highest compensation in all of Southwest Florida, then the Cape Coral Police Department is for you. Visit capecops.com. That's capecops.com.
Wine glasses never fall over until you get a brand new rug.
Oh, no.
Ketchup bottles act normal till you're wearing a new shirt.
Oh, you kidding me?
And rocks slide peacefully on the road till the day you get a brand new windshield. Then they fly up off the road and attack without mercy. That's why new windshields from Glass Doctor come with our windshield protection plan. Unlimited repairs and 1 replacement for 12 months. Don't just fix it, protect it. Glass Doctor, a neighborly company.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
This is Miller and Moulton.
David, in our 15 games, I had you as 9-6 last week, and I went 10-5.
It's funny. I thought I was 9-7, and you were 11-5.
Well, the Thursday night and Friday night, the Friday night one counted. The Thursday night one didn't.
Oh, okay. I counted I gave us both a win. I mean, we did pick the Chiefs.
Yeah, so 10-6, 11-5.
Okay, I thought I had me at 9-7 because I picked the Jets.
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
That would make you 9-7.
Yeah.
Sorry. I guess I just wrote down San Francisco because I thought anybody in their right mind wouldn't pick the Jets.
I really just let it hang out, will you? Hey, did you see the Jacksonville picks we have to make?
I did, and let me just write down these NFL games.
Okay. Well, we could do the Jacksonville picks after the show if we have to. Although I was hoping to do it at 9:21.
Yeah, that's fine. Let me just write down these picks so we can do an NFL segment here. I would go A&M, UCF, LSU, Jags, Chiefs, Colts.
Okay, you said
A&M,
TCU.
No, UCF,
Oh, I'm sorry. You went A&M, UCF.
LSU,
Okay.
Jags,
Chiefs,
Colts. That would be where I'm at.
It's tough for me to go A&M. They just don't win. But then again, I know it's the Gators and they don't win, period. But,
Thank you.
Yeah,
but I can go Florida. I Mine's Kansas City over Detroit, Ambient.
Mine's Baltimore over Detroit.
Ten seconds.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
22 minutes before the hour. Miller and Moulton. MillerandMoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. If you missed Lee Sterling's picks, Pat Kirwan's diagnosing of the NFL schedule, go to MillerandMoulton.com shortly after the show. Mark posts everything, and you can download what it is you missed. Lee took 5 favorites this week, which is a little unusual for him. So, Mark only took 3 favorites. Wow.
That's crazy. I had to switch things up, David. It was time.
Gotcha. And there's no reason for me to give out my picks unless you really want to go the other way. And so, we'll give them out later, I guess, and bet accordingly.
If someone were to text you during the day, because so many people have your number, whether they know you or not, and just said, David, what are your picks?
Mm-hmm.
Would you give them the picks?
Yeah.
Knowing that they're probably just going to go the other way?
That's fine. Yes, I would. Listen, I've earned it. I'm terrible in September, have been for years. I mean, I'm worse than the Bengals early in the season. I am.
By the way, are you concerned with Burrow's wrist at all? I mean,
I'm not yet. I'm more concerned with the team. I'm more concerned with, really, they've lost Boyd, they've lost Mixon, and also they didn't look very interested in playing last week. They really didn't. There was no sense of enjoyment, urgency, nothing from that team in that game. That, just makes me wonder just what's going on. And if they don't go to Kansas City and get a win, which they likely won't do, now it's another 0-2 start in the AFC North. That's tough to overcome year after year after year. And Mark, there's a lot of people in Cincinnati that feel this will be the best roster they have for the next 3 years. So if they don't get it done this year, then when?
their offensive line is not what people thought it would be, like Pat brought up. Burrow's getting smacked around already.
He's never not gotten smacked around. Honestly, they have not fixed that. They haven't. Also, Joe does like to hold on to it a little bit. All right. So Joe's not helping, but since that's the style of quarterback you have, then you need to take care of that line. And they've tried. They've spent money. They've spent high draft picks. It's just still not working. Atlanta did this the last 5 years of Matt Ryan's career. They missed. The Dolphins are missing more than they're hitting. The Jets have missed more than they've hit with their moves. Some teams just can't get it right. The Giants haven't gotten it right for a half a dozen years on the offensive line.
And boy, with Miami and, Armstead hurt last night again as well. We don't really talk about that because so much focused on Tua, and rightfully so, because we don't know what the long-term diagnosis is for Tua. Is this a week? Is this 3 weeks? Is this 6 weeks? Is it a season? Is it a career? These are all questions that nobody knows the answer to right now.
But the Dolphins will give us the answer probably within 48 to 72 hours. They put him on short-term IR, then they think he's coming back in 4 weeks. Put him on long-term IR, then he's done for the year and his career's in doubt. I mean, the Dolphins will give us the answer. They don't have to say anything. We'll just watch what they do. If they sign a body, a Mike White, Brett Rippon type quarterback, then they're thinking he's coming back. If they call Ryan Tannehill, they think he's done for the year, never mind beyond. By the way, you beat me last week. You went 11-5. I went 9-7, just picking winners.
You went out there on a limb on a few.
I did. I took Arizona over Buffalo.
Kind of got screwed on Tennessee.
Yeah. Thanks, Will. Thanks.
I mean, you did.
I did. But I was also crazy. I mean, I took the Jets Monday night. So, I deserve it. Once again, I deserve it. All right, let's go.
All right. New Orleans at Dallas.
Yeah, Dallas.
I'm
right not going to believe. Are you going to believe in the Saints?
I don't believe in the Saints. I think the Saints are going to win 7 games this year. It was Carolina. Let's just pump the brakes.
Okay. Next.
Vegas at Baltimore. Give Vegas any shot?
No. I remember Chiefs and Ravens both have 3 extra days to prepare for their opponents at home this week.
Giants at Washington. Daniel Jones loves playing the Washington Commanders. Will it lead to a victory?
No. And when it doesn't, they could be done with him. Seriously, because, Mark, you're right. The only team he has consistently played well and beaten is Washington. So if it doesn't happen again inside that building, never mind locker room, they may go, well, there's no sense playing him if he can't even beat the Commanders anymore.
I was dumb enough to take the Giants last week. I cannot do it 2 weeks in a row. I will take the Commanders as well. Do the Chargers go to 2-0 at Carolina?
Yes. Carolina's still the worst team in the league.
Indianapolis is at Green Bay. I'm with Pat Kirwan. I like Indianapolis with no Jordan Love playing.
Yeah, I'm taking the Packers. I'm sorry. Not a believer in Richardson. I'm not a believer in the Colts. And I think that LaFleur will show what a good coach he is this week in preparation and in game planning. Give me Green Bay, although they still have kicking issues at home.
San Francisco at Minnesota. I love the Niners in this game. Took them and laid the number, so I'm obviously taking them straight up.
Yeah, I'm going to take a flyer on the Vikings. They for whatever reason recently they've played them well. I saw the game in person last year. Cousins was terrific that day, though. Terrific. Addison may not play also, which is probably stupid of me to take him, but I'll take a flyer. The Flores's blitzing gave Purdy and the Niners real problems last year. Real problems.
Cleveland at Jacksonville. We've talked about this game a lot. I think we're both on the Jags here.
I love the Jags. It would be my best bet of the week.
Yeah, Deshaun Watson needs to show something if he can. Seattle at New England. I've had a texter all over us today going, you guys just don't believe in the Patriots defense. He's been at us for 2 weeks.
Now, that's not true, sir. That's not true. We have believed in the Patriots defense. We just thought their offense was so bad they still wouldn't be able to win. We've talked about how they're a top 5 defense in the league. They're woeful on offense. Woeful. But they deserve credit for beating Cincinnati. I think ultimately they've got a lockdown corner, top 5 corner in the league. He'll take one of Seattle's receivers away. The problem is they have 2 others. And that's why Seattle will win. But it'll be low scoring. It'll be 20-16. But Seattle's going to win.
I'm with you. Give me Seattle in this game. I think New England, that offense is just terrible. The Jets at Tennessee. Do you give the Fighting Levises any chance at home?
Yes. Yes. They may have the better defense, the vaunted, acclaimed Jets defense. But I love teams that lose on Monday night. And I do like the desperation factor for the Jets, a more veteran team. I will take the Jets in a close one. If Aaron Rodgers can't outdo a Will Levis, they got problems.
Boy, you've got that right. And I think Aaron Rodgers will have a big game in this one. The Tennessee defense, very good. But I think Rodgers will hit a few more passes and they'll get it going. I like the Jets. Tampa Bay at Detroit. I picked Tampa plus the 7.5. I think Detroit wins this game. I just think it's a really close, high-scoring game. It'll be the most entertaining game of the day.
I just don't see how Tampa wins unless Baker outplays Goff and Goff has 2 turnovers. I like the Lions.
And Goff doesn't typically do that at home, where he's obviously much better at Ford Field than he is on the road. Rams at Arizona. The Rams are all banged up. Arizona played really hard against Buffalo, just like they did last year. They played really hard, but they lost. Do they play really hard and win this week, David?
Stafford and the Rams own Arizona. They really do. I believe in the coach and the quarterback in Los Angeles more than I do in Arizona.
No Puka. The line's banged up. The defense is banged up. I'm going to take Arizona.
That's fair.
Pittsburgh at Denver. Can Denver, Bo Nix, Sean Payton get it done against half of a football team?
Well, they were not good offensively last week against Seattle. How do you think they're going to fare against Pittsburgh? Give me the Steelers.
Yeah, I think Pittsburgh goes to 2-0 against Denver. First one to 20.
Well, they still haven't scored an offensive touchdown. They won with 6 field goals last week.
Cincinnati at Kansas City.
Yeah, Kansas City's going to beat them. 3 extra days to prepare. Only one elite receiver for the Bengals. Cincinnati's not a good early season team. We really think they're going to go into Arrowhead in September and win? I mean, even when they've had success, it's all been November, December, January.
Everything that David said on top of it, the Cincinnati line has been terrible. Kansas City will get a couple of sacks. Give me the Chiefs in this one. Chicago at Houston. I know you love Houston in this game, David.
I do. I do. I don't. Caleb Williams isn't ready. He's where C.J. Stroud was last year at this time. Do you know what C.J. Stroud started 0-2? Texans were lousy. It took him a month for him to find his footing. And so, I think it's going to take a little while with Caleb Williams. I mean, let's be honest. They should have lost last week. They gained 148 yards of offense. How would we all be looking at this game if they were 0-1 with everything else being true instead of 1-0? You really think the Texans are going to lose this game to the Bears' defense and special teams like the Titans did?
Yeah, the Titans don't really, I don't know where you look at the Titans offense and think that Houston isn't better in every single aspect of it. Throwing the ball, running the ball, every part of it. So give me Houston in this game. And I think the point you made earlier in the show, it's a big deal for Houston. Sunday Night Football, nationally televised game. I think all that factors into it. Monday night, the game that you're at, Atlanta at Philadelphia.
Well, I know we'll talk about it a little bit on Monday. Kirk Cousins has a horrible record against the Eagles. Horrible. Has a terrible prime time record. Eagles have 2 extra days to prepare, although coming back from Brazil, I don't know how much more rested they really are. Tough to bet on Atlanta in this spot on the road. I'll take the Eagles.
Cousins looked so immobile in that game, like he still has, still in rehab from the injury. I don't like this game at all for Atlanta. I like Philadelphia. We'll talk more about it Monday, but we only differed on 3 games. I have Arizona. You have the Rams. I have San Francisco. You took a flyer on Minnesota, and you're sticking with Green Bay over Indianapolis, and I have got the Colts. So we did not differ much. Only 3 of the 15 games do we have a different opinion on.
So we'll see if home teams have another winning week. Remember, over the last 3 years, it's almost 50-50 home and away in the NFL. We'll also see the whole of, I think favorites went 9-7 against the number last week in the NFL. So we'll see how favorites do here on week 2.
So there's a look at all the NFL games, picking straight up. We did have winning records last week, just picking straight up games, both of us. So that's something that we can hang our hat on. Not really, but we'll try. The poll question today is, are the Dolphins done? Yep, put a fork in them. No, 15 games left. Right now, 88% of you say that the Dolphins are done.
I'm surprised it's not higher. But I, by the way, am saying they're not done because I don't know if 2 is done. So, listen, if you're a good team, you find a way with your backup quarterback to go 2-1, 2-2.
And this is a little soft spot on the Dolphins' schedule here the next 3 weeks. That's what worries me, is that Skylar Thompson, I don't think, is good enough to get through the soft spot on the schedule.
Well, he hasn't shown that he is. So, by the way, you threw out there the whole, and Pat did as well, college football, all right, and double-digit point spreads. So far this year, there have been 67 teams favored by 10 points or more. Straight up, those teams are 58-9. But against the spread, they're 26-41.
Vegas has caught on to the early season. You used to be able to lay big numbers pretty effectively. Vegas has caught on to that, and they make the numbers bigger and bigger and make it harder and harder for these teams to cover.
The two upsets of note, because the others are all smaller D1 schools or FCS games involved, but obviously Northern Illinois 28-point favorite against Notre Dame, and Cal as a 12-point dog winning at Auburn last week. Those are the two of the 9 straight-up upsets. Miller and Moulton. For those not in the 239 and the 904, hey, thanks for listening. Have a great Football Friday and weekend. The bonus hour's next.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net. Cape Coral Police Department is growing. They are currently looking for police officers and are offering a $10,000 signing bonus to newly hired officers. If you desire a career in law enforcement, or if you are already in law enforcement and thinking about making a move to a better agency, think Cape Coral Police Department. If you're looking for a police department that is committed to excellence, that invests in the highest level of training, state-of-the-art equipment, and some of the highest compensation in all of Southwest Florida, then the Cape Coral Police Department is for you. Visit capecops.com. That's capecops.com.
At Physical Therapy and Balance Centers, our goal is to help you love your life. When your life is sidelined by an injury, dizziness, surgery, or condition keeping you from doing what you love, we're here to help you heal and feel your best. Our therapist evaluation will determine the root cause of your health challenges, resulting in a unique treatment plan customized just for you. Visit www.physical.com to find your nearest location and see how we can help you love your life.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
Do you have a sleep problem but don't want to wear a CPAP mask? This is Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. The mask wasn't working for me, and I didn't think I had an alternative. I do. We all do. They have such simple alternatives with greater success than the mask. Visit sleeptreatmentdirect.com. That's sleeptreatmentdirect.com. And if you are like me and your CPAP machine isn't working for you, it's time for a change. Call 239-444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Time you leave today?
Actually, early afternoon. I've got a little bit of time after the show.
You got direct to Indy?
No, through Charlotte, but 2 short flights. I don't think I'm going to take in the Fever game. I get in 6:30ish. The game's at 7:30. Time to get the rental car. I just don't
It would
want
be
to rush
almost
it.
impossible.
Yeah, I'll head to the room and chill. I'm not going to head to Purdue. I'm staying in Indy. It's an hour. I'll just drive in tomorrow. Drive back after the game.
How many of them are? A lot of them coming back with you?
I don't know. I get told that. I mean, I know Gary, but like last week, 2 others joined. I think a lot of people, since, before it was Atlanta, we all knew we were going back to Atlanta and people made plans accordingly. This whole Big Ten travel thing, I don't think people are thinking about where the major internet, airports are that we can get to and fly in and out of. Where, me, I'm obsessed with it.
No.
Well, why would I want to stay in West Lafayette? So what, I have to get up at 4 in the morning and drive an hour to the airport for a 7 a.m. flight? Why would I want to do that? No, and that's the other thing. Indy is an easy airport to maneuver. You're right, Brett. At McDonald's in the food court is always packed. I actually avoid it.
Yeah. Me too.
They have a nice sports bar that I never see open. It's like been open once. I've been to that airport like 8 times. Well, it's different. It is. I mean, it's more rabid in the SEC. Most stadiums are bigger. But like Kinnick was cool.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floor Meister Studios. Floor Meisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
It is the Diamond District bonus hour in the 239 and the 904. Thanks so much for being with us. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Dominant theme of the show today has been the Bills' beatdown, soul-wrenching, gutting defeat of the Dolphins. And quite frankly, can Miami, between the beatdown on the field and Tua's injury, can they recover or are they done? It's over. Season ended September 12th. And remember, this organization has made a long-term commitment to the coach, a long-term commitment to the quarterback, and the expectation is they're about ready to announce the long-term commitment to the general manager.
How's that make you feel, Dolphin? Because last night, the guy who you put in faith in as a coach didn't look like he had any answers for what Buffalo was doing. Nothing. They couldn't stop him. They were ineffective trying to do much offensively. And when they did get something going, Tua threw picks.
It is remarkable how ineffective the Dolphins have been now for many years and many different defensive coordinators and schemes. They seemingly have no answer for Josh Allen and the Bills. I mean, Mark, sports is easy in many regards. You have a team that you have to beat in your division. It pretty much works that way. We have to put our team together to do what? Beat them. Usually the old way of thinking, Mark, is first thing you have to do, you have to get out of your division before we worry about beating the best team in the conference if it's not us. So you build your team accordingly. I mean, if you can't defend the run, can you compete in the NFC West? Can you compete in the AFC North?
No.
No. You have to be able to defend the run. The Steelers are always committed to the run. The Browns have been run heavy with Chubb and play action off of it. And then there's the Ravens. And we obviously can't defend the run in the NFC West. San Francisco will just line up. They won't throw it all day. I mean, they won an NFC championship game throwing 8 passes 5 years ago against the Packers. They threw the ball 8 times in the game. It was Bob Greasy and the 72 Dolphins in the Super Bowl. They did it in 2019. And Kyle Shanahan will do that to you. You're the Dolphins. And we're guilty of it too, Mark, for all the talk that we do about Tua and the offense and the 3rd and 1. What have you guys done to match up with Josh Allen? I mean, somebody defends him a little bit, right? Don't you want to copy what they do? New England at times.
David, I think they've tried. They brought in 4 different defensive coordinators. I mean, they've tried every single way defensively, schematically, to change what they're doing.
It's just amazing to me that none of it has worked. It's 12-1 in the last 13.
Yeah.
And the one game they lost, they dominated the Dolphins. They just screwed it up. I mean, Miami, they average. Scoring is down in recent years in the NFL. The Bills average in the 30s for 6 years against the Dolphins. This isn't a 3-game over 2 seasons little thing here. I mean, last night's game is close to the average score. The average score is like 33-16.
By the way, I don't know how much into the 4th quarter you made it, but I did love the fact that as the Dolphins are driving late in the game, Al did point out the over-under.
Well, he's also in the final year of a contract. Al has nothing to lose this year. I mean, he obviously wants another contract. So in theory, there could argue maybe, but I mean, you could get vintage 30 years ago Al Michaels this year before the season's up. If Al senses this is it, he could just let it rip.
Maybe he'll take a shot at the dog. No one else will.
Well, Al will. Okay, Al, please. Al hated Boomer Esiason so much, Mark. He axed him out of the post-game 2-shot after the Rams-Titans Super Bowl. Okay, Al hated Boomer so much they were like, "Yeah, we're going to come back, and you too." And Al basically said to Boomer, "Get out of here. You're not saying another word." And Al wrapped up the Super Bowl for 1.5 minutes on camera. So if Al doesn't like the dog, trust me, we're going to know at some point.
But Dolphin, what are you thinking this morning? You got a quarterback that no matter what happens, you've got financial commitments to for quite a while. You got a coach who's been renewed.
Yeah, long term. And we did say, in fairness, we were for giving Tua the long-term contract.
Yep.
Okay, but we did not understand the long-term commitment to McDaniel at all. We said, what's he done? He hasn't done much more than Flores the 2 years previously. Seriously. What has he done? Why are you committing to him? Could he please win a playoff game before you make a commitment like that? I mean, Mike McCarthy's won 12 games 3 years in a row. He's coaching for his job. You give Mike McDaniel a 4-year extension. He's the head coach for 5 more years.
Well, in theory.
True. I mean, he's Stephen Ross, a billionaire. He can pay him to go away.
And with uncertainty now at the quarterback position, because we just don't know. I mean, David, you said it either right when we got on the air or before we got on the air, that did the Dolphins season end basically on that 3rd and 1 that they didn't get?
Yeah, I mean, to me, they're down, 7, 10, and they've got 3rd and 1. They're across midfield. They're driving. They're still in the game. You're thinking, oh, okay, they're moving the ball. They're going to score here. It'll be a 1-score game. And they've got 3rd and 1, and they got stuffed. And then on 4th and 2, he gets sacked. And on the next play, the Bills score a touchdown. 45-yard run, I think, there from Cook. And at that moment, you're like, wow, this game's over. 3 plays. We just went from 3rd and 1 to touchdown Bills. It's 24-7. Huh. I'll be darned. We got any Fritos or something for me to snack on? Anything?
It was so bad last night that I didn't even snack. It wasn't even worth eating some of my daughter's Nutella.
Should that be something we asked Dolphin? Was last night so bad? Did you eat and drink heavily or hardly eat or drink at all?
Right, just in the fetal position for the second half watching the game.
Right. Commiserating with fellow Dolphins via text. But our poll question is the season over for the Dolphins? Spiritually, physically, etc. Is it over? And they will play, 9 of the last 15 on the road. Brett Mark in the Twitch chat room says, no eating, drank heavily.
Dolphins fan says, good morning, fellas. The Buffalo Bills grabbed the Dolphins by the onions. As a Dolphins fan, they are done.
Miller and Moulton separately. We did not communicate with one another, but in the minutes before the show, we both quoted Pedro Martinez and laughed at one another and said, the Bills are merely the Dolphins' daddy.
And another texter asking, should the Dolphins bring in Tannehill? We've discussed that on the show today. It will be a tell as to the length of Tua's injury if they do bring in Tannehill. That means essentially they think that Tua's done for the year.
Well, because they're going to have to sign a quarterback. They are. I mean, clearly Tua's not playing in the short term. So they're going to have to sign someone. Are they signing someone to be a veteran backup to Skylar Thompson? Like if they pluck Mike White back off the Bills practice squad because they're going to sign him to the roster because they've had him for the last couple of years. He knows the offense, etc. Okay, then we know what they're thinking about Tua. They're thinking this is short term. But if they call Tannehill and sign him, and Skylar Thompson's going to start 1 or 2 games while Tannehill gets up to speed, and then they're going to have Tannehill play the rest of the season, that's what signing Ryan Tannehill says. That Tua is done for the year, at which point you then have to wonder about his career.
And all this we'll find out in the coming days, as David said, with how Miami handles this. But 21,000 is the text line. I'm curious of how the Dolphin fan is feeling this morning. Just how bad is it? Texter says, I drank my face off and ate lime-flavored tortilla chips.
Oh, that doesn't work for I can only handle a few of those. I really can't.
Too much. It's too much.
For me, it is.
I'm with you.
Just a touch. No more than about 8 to 10 of those suckers, where normally every other one I could just do the bag.
But a flavored potato chip, you can eat the whole bag.
Just about all of them, yeah. Just about. Well, and the same with the Doritos and Tostitos too. It's just the lime one's just got a little too much kick at the end for me. I mean, I like a little bit of lime. I don't like as much lime as they put on those. That's all. That's all I'm saying. And I've had about 5.3 million calories from eating Doritos and Tostitos. I mean, it's not like they're not getting their money's worth out of me.
I've had 5 million calories
easily
from Tostitos and Doritos.
So
5 million, and he's not underestimating that.
No, not at all. In fact, I'll take the over. To be honest with you, I will. I really will. I mean, that's 10,000 calories a year. I'm 59 years old. It's 10,000 calories a year. Doritos and Tostitos. Now, you figure I didn't have any the first 15 years of my life. So, do the math accordingly. Yeah, I'll take the over. 5 million calories, Doritos, Tostitos. I'll take the over.
Wow. Next time I'm at the grocery store, I'm going to grab a bag and have to see how many calories are in a bag and then equate that to how many bags Moulton will have had to have eaten to have 5 million calories in Doritos, in Tostitos. Can he do the over? American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
The Cape Coral Police Department is growing. They are currently looking for police officers and are offering a $10,000 signing bonus to newly hired officers. If you desire a career in law enforcement, or if you are already in law enforcement and thinking about making a move to a better agency, think Cape Coral Police Department. If you're looking for a police department that is committed to excellence, that invests in the highest level of training, state-of-the-art equipment, and some of the highest compensation in all of Southwest Florida, then the Cape Coral Police Department is for you. Visit capecops.com. That's capecops.com.
Honey, you want to come out? I haven't seen you since Glass Doctor installed our custom shower enclosure.
No thanks.
Well, you can't keep eating breakfast in the shower, and laminating your magazines is getting expensive. You remember we have guests coming over tonight, right?
Oh, I'm sure they'd love to see the shower.
It's our neighbors, and I highly doubt they want to be hanging out in our bathroom.
The shower's so good, you'll never want to leave. Visit glassdoctor.com today and schedule an appointment online.
This is Miller and Moulton.
$20 seconds. That's for you, Trent.
How was Roy Cummings today?
Welcome to the bonus hour, brought to you by Jason and Todd at the Diamond District. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour in the Diamond District bonus hour. Good, bad, and ugly. What's on tap? Today was today when? Some final thoughts. I don't know if we have another pick or two in us, but it's all coming up in a little more than 15 minutes if we do. Hey, we're in another contest.
I know.
And
we're not doing so well.
Well, no, it's 4 radio shows that are on the affiliate Action News Jax in Jacksonville. And there's 4 shows, and we're in 4th. Yep. Mm-hmm.
We've got to give them a false sense of security before we come back. I think that they know what they're doing.
I think if they've listened for a minute and a half, even over the months, I think they're feel just fine. Yep.
They got any WNBA games on there this week?
We're staying away. We've missed our last 3. We were done. 2 months. We were money. We've missed our last 3. Regular season ends in just a few days anyway. By the way, they list us as M&M.
It's fine.
Okay.
Better than losers.
Well, give it time. Give it time. We went 3-3 against the number last week. They picked 3 college and 3 pro games. And so the guy who really likes us, the big shot, the Brent Martineau guy. Okay, he's the guy who follows us. He's been the sports guy 20 years at the TV station, doing a radio show for years as well. His show's in first.
Well, it should be.
It's not like he started with a 1-game cushion or anything. I mean, he didn't pull rank. Just saying, he went 5-1 against the number last week. We went 3-3. The other guys went 4-2.
How did we go 3-3? Where did we screw up?
Where we really screwed up, and I can't believe I let us do it, because I'm in love with Nebraska this year and I'm in love with Raiola, but we took the points with Colorado. Because it was
Why did we do that?
I don't know. That was the one upon further review. We went, wait, we took Colorado on the points, but we did. I think it was 7.5. I think the half kind of lured us in.
That's stupid.
It was stupid. Yes. By the way, just very quickly before we go to these picks, Dion's got Colorado State this week.
Yes, he does. And Colorado State's been talking a little smack this week too.
Well, remember,
which I think's a mistake.
These two teams went at it last year. And Colorado had to come back from a deficit and win in like double overtime. It was nasty. I think the one kid for Colorado State knocked Hunter out, right? The blatant cheap shot knocked him out for a month. And yeah, the coach, the former Nevada coach, who's at Colorado State now, he had choice words before the game. Him and Dion, did not greet one another warmly at midfield after the game. So there's some real angst here. I will say this, Mark. Colorado as a favorite has won most every time in Dion's, short tenure. Colorado as an underdog has lost every time but one.
And that was the TCU game.
Correct. The very first game. Otherwise, Colorado favored, they win. Underdog, they lose. That's how it's been now for 13 games in a row.
And they're a 7.5 point favorite in that game, right?
Right. So, I've seen it as low as 6.5 in spots. But so there you go. It's just a game worth mentioning. We didn't mention it when we were talking about our rivalry games earlier.
Big one in my household. My wife's a proud Colorado State alum, so we'll have it on.
Did you talk to her about Colorado State going to the Pac-12, the revamped Pac-12? No?
Not really.
Did you bring up Pac-12 gymnastics. That'll do the trick.
That'll get her fired. She loves UCLA's gymnastics team. That's a star-studded team right there.
Right,
they do the great floor exercises.
I know. Unfortunately, they're in the Big Ten now. But just go with it and run with it and see how far it gets you. All right. You ready?
We have to agree on these, though.
We do. Here's the other thing. Whatever they say the line is, the line is.
Right.
And they pick these games usually on Thursday. So lines can move. Like they've got A&M at Florida at 3.5. Most places now have the line at 2.5 or 3. Now, you and I differ on this. I have to go with you because I suck so badly. There's no way I can be the tiebreaker. But you are taking A&M and laying the points.
I am.
They have lost 10 consecutive road games. 10. Now, in fairness to A&M, like 7 of the 10 were against ranked teams in the SEC. But last year, Mark, they lost at 14th ranked LSU, at 11th ranked Ole Miss, at 19th ranked Tennessee, and at 11th ranked Alabama at the times that they played them. They went 0. They also lost at the Canes.
Right.
Now, that's the one that I think has real merit. They were a 3-point favorite against an unranked team in Florida. They went on the road. They got shellacked. 2 years ago, Mark, they lost at Mississippi State, at Bama, at South Carolina, at Auburn. 3 of those 4 teams were unranked, and they lost. They lost their last 2 road games of 2021 at LSU, an unranked LSU, and at Ole Miss, who was ranked. But A&M was a 2-point favorite and lost by 10. So for what it's worth, they've lost 10 straight road games, all against big boys.
He's playing the wrong quarterback.
For how long?
I don't know.
And you think, what if I told you he goes to Lagway on the 3rd series of the game and he plays the rest of the game? Would that alter your pick?
It would.
Okay. But, all right, listen. You break all ties. I'm 1-9 against the number.
A lot of pressure on me, but I'm going to take A&M.
Now we have to lay 3.5 because that's their number. All right. UCF at TCU. By the way, UCF a road favorite in conference. Their quarterback has not played well.
No, he is not, but TCU is not very good.
So you're going to take UCF and lay the 2.5.
Are you with me?
Well, yeah. Once again, Mark, honestly, I have no veto power. I have about as much veto power as like Nicaragua in the UN. I mean, honestly, seriously. But I'm not thrilled about either one, but I'm not thrilled either way either. I love LSU against South Carolina. They've got it at 7. Most other places at 6.5. But I love LSU. I think LSU whacks them.
All right, let's go with LSU. Let's take your pick. I'm with you.
All right, NFL. We both love the Jags -3,
We do.
right? Okay.
And we both love the Chiefs.
Right, -5. Okay.
I like the Colts +3.5. You picked the Packers to win the game.
I know, but once again, tie goes to Miller. It's like growing up, tie goes to the runner. I'm 1-9, Mark. 1-9. What's the definition of insanity? Doing the same thing over and over and expecting different results. Well, taking my pick on a game in September is insanity. So they also, by the way, have it at 3.5, where it's now down to 2.5.
Yeah, this is a little difficult with the number because this could be a close game, but I still like the Colts against the back. I just don't know how the Packers are going to have much offensively with Malik Willis starting. I don't.
That means we just took 6 favorites also. So you know who's calling the shots on the pick.
There we go. Feel better already.
So I'll submit the picks. We'll see how we do. We're currently in last place. We don't want to be like the Dolphins, be 2 weeks into the season, and apparently the season's over. That's all I'm saying.
Couple of texts that we got, David, say the same type of thing. People at the game saying they're just not doing well today. Several people are starting to come out of the woodwork going, I'm not doing well today.
Well, they're just waking up. Who are you kidding? They got home late and they drank. I mean, they're just waking up. Good, bad, and ugly. Hell, the ugly could be last night's Bills-Dolphins game for you Fins fans. It's next.
Miller and Moulton with a big announcement.
Our show is enjoying the best ratings we've ever had in the mornings, yet we are in real danger of going out of business.
You see, the financial backing to our show has disappeared on short notice. So in order to survive, we need advertising support.
If you own a business that wants to reach men 25-54 or 35-64, we are the second best show in the market. And if you want to reach the show that people listen to the longest, then Miller and Moulton is the answer.
We have made a lot of businesses, a lot of money since 2006, but now we need you to advertise directly with us. If you advertise directly with Miller and Moulton, the money goes to Miller and Moulton.
So please, if you are a business looking to reach men, contact us directly. Text sponsor to 21,000. That's sponsor to 21,000.
This is not a joke. Through no fault of our own, the show is in need of sponsors.
Miller and Moulton. Text sponsor to 21,000 or go to that Mark Miller or the David Moulton on X. Do you have a sleep problem but don't want to wear a CPAP mask? This is Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. The mask wasn't working for me, and I didn't think I had an alternative. I do. We all do. They have such simple alternatives with greater success than the mask. Visit sleeptreatmentdirect.com. That's sleeptreatmentdirect.com. And if you are like me and your CPAP machine isn't working for you, it's time for a change. Call 239-444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
When you enter the Diamond District, you will quickly discover what makes Jason and Todd so unique to Southwest Florida. Within the walls of the Diamond District, you'll find many of America's top jewelry designers who have chosen the Diamond District as their authorized representative in Southwest Florida. Takori, Fana, A. Jaffe, Veragio, Christopher Designs, Shy Creations, Henri Dossi, all names synonymous with excellence, and all proudly showcased at the Diamond District. This is Miller and Moulton.
Johnny O, I'm curious of what because we don't back the Dolphins today. I'm curious where you're coming from with that. I don't even get it.
I don't know how you spin last night, Johnny.
What are we supposed to? Oh, the Dolphins are great. They're going to go to the playoffs. Tua will play next week. What a great move they had extending McDaniel. What?
Also, we like the Bucks. We don't like them against the Lions. We love the Jags this week.
Pick the Bucks in the number.
Right. Really, Adam? That's interesting to me.
You're a pessimistic Jags fan.
I was going to say you have a love-hate relationship with your favorite team.
You really do. And I respect that.
You also have this incredible love affair with Minshew. You clearly didn't see him play last week, did you? He was not good. No, Skyr. There are, like Johnny O there. No, apparently just, it's nothing but knee pads and lipstick, apparently is what's needed.
Well, I would love it. I'm not even trying to get that. I'm like, explain I don't know what it is you want us to say today. And then you don't answer. You make a pretty disparaging comment in the Twitch chat room. I respond to you and you don't respond to me. That's why the person that jumped on here for the first time in a year and a half to just rip Tua and say, I'm right and Mark was wrong, I'm not going to respond to that.
But now, Skyer, Adam is definitely more glass half empty than glass full with the Jags. So while most fans have a love-hate relationship, it's usually, he's partly cloudy. Most fans are partly sunny.
I get that, Adam. Trust me. I get it.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton. Text the guys what's in your mind at 21,000. That's 21000. And now, here's David Moulton.
Diamond District bonus hour, the 239 and the 904. Thanks so much for being with us. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X.
David, we have one in the Twitch chat room. I've had two separate texts of Dolphins fans that are adopting the Lions now.
Wow, words that we never thought would be spoken.
Things are so bad. My dad turned to me last night and says, we're Detroit Lions fans for the rest of the year.
And we've never accused anyone of jumping on the bandwagon before when the bandwagon they've chosen is that of the Lions. That's where we're at. That's all right. We've got the one guy who wants us to be more positive about the Dolphins.
How?
I don't know how.
I mean, I guess this is being more negative because this is another texter says maybe the more appropriate question is, are the Dolphins done for the next 3 to 4 seasons because of Tua's contract?
Well, that's what Lee Sterling wondered. He took the
He
loss.
was awful. I mean, not awful with his picks. He was in an awful mood this morning.
Yes, he was. He does not want to work today. He
No.
does like 20 radio hits around the country today. He does not want to do a single one. He wants to go back into bed. He wants to get under his dolphin sheets and his Canes covers. Okay. And he wants to go back to bed. Okay. He really does. He took this hard. And he argued, Mark, what you alluded to. He thinks this is it since they're over the cap and they're going to have to go get another quarterback because they can't trust Tua's health history anymore. That, it's a tear down and a rebuild. Whoo! We'll see. I'm hopeful he's only going to be out a few weeks. Skylar Thompson will find a way to go 2-1, 2-2, keep the season alive, and put Tua back in there, and let's go. That's what I'm hopeful for. But we'll have plenty of time to worry about that. 20 minutes before the hour, time for...
It's that time again, nearing the end, but not quite there yet. Here's Mark Miller with Today Was the Day When.
All right, let's get to it. Even though I, for some reason, not as prepared as I should be. But we start today, David, with one that you will like. It was today in 1936 that Bob Feller sets a record as a 17-year-old with 17 strikeouts in a 5-2 win over the Philadelphia A's. At 17, he struck out 17 to set a Major League Baseball record. That's pretty good.
Think about how good you are. 17. The major leagues. The major leagues. I got to be honest. Dwight Gooden at 19 was amazing. I can't imagine him, though, doing what he did at 19 at 17. Wow.
The Beatles released yesterday, today in 1965, Just Paul with the strings arranged by George Martin. Today in 1969, Bobby Bonds becomes baseball's 4th 30-30 player. I bring that up because Shohei Ohtani is about to be a 50-50 player.
What's he at? 47 homers, 48 steals, I think?
Yep.
With 2.5 weeks left.
Also today in 69, Scooby-Doo debuts on CBS in the U.S. The World Hockey Association forms today in 71, mainly for David and I. A couple of these are really just for David and I today. First broadcast of the Rockford Files on NBC was today in 74, David.
Oh, thank you. Thanks for that. I'm going to have that theme in my head during the flight.
GM introduced its first U.S. diesel auto today in 77. It was the Oldsmobile 88.
Of course,
it was a big car that was loud and smelled. Also today in 77, the Pips appear without Gladys Knight on ABC's The Richard Pryor Show.
What are you going to do?
Just dance moves?
Just sing the backgrounds?
Right.
I mean, you need it. You're Gladys Knight and the Pips.
Midnight train to Georgia. Best backup song ever. 81, McEnroe wins his 3rd straight U.S. title, beating Borg in 4. It was Borg's last Grand Slam match.
Did you see the 30 for 30 about McEnroe Borg?
No.
Borg didn't stick around for the trophy ceremony.
Right.
And no one noticed. They turned around. Tony Trabert would come from the booth down onto the court, and he would do the interviews. And, we're here, and it's like, where's Bjorn? Borg? Bjorn, where are you? He walked off. He apparently just left the stadium and like walked back to his hotel.
Today in 87, Steve DeBerg set a franchise record for the Bucks with 5 TD passes and a 48-10 win over Atlanta. Today in 1990, Law and Order first premieres on NBC.
Oh, my goodness.
Yeah, I thought that would hit you right in the gut. Tupac died today in 96.
Are we sure about that? I mean, the theories out there, and all the music that's come out. I know he died. I'm just being
All right, just checking. 2010, Rafi wins his first U.S. crown, beating Djokovic. And it was today in 2019 that Felicity Huffman was sentenced to 14 days in prison in the college admission scandal.
It derailed her and Lori Loughlin's career.
That's all I got today. I have no one famous was really born today that mattered. So what did I miss, David?
Do you remember Oprah? The talk show? And late in her career, she got really generous. And she started giving away stuff.
Right?
Well, today was the day that she went all Oprah. Today was the day that she gave everyone in the studio audience a car. 300 cars she gave away today on her show. You get a car, and you get a car, and you get a car. That's it. That's all I got.
Time to see life a little bit differently. Here's Mark Miller with the good, the bad, and the ugly. What do you got, Mark?
We go to the Central Market in Austin, Texas, where, David, I don't even think you'd need tongs for this one. They assembled a charcuterie board with over 1,032 pounds of meats, cheeses, and other qualifying ingredients to break a Guinness Book World Record.
Oh, my goodness. I'd still be there.
Oh, I'm staring at the thing, and it's just heaven. I might just take on the salami portion of this sucker.
Is there any cheese?
There's tons of cheese.
You mind if I grab some of it with my fingers?
Right with you. Go right ahead.
I mean, there's 1,000 pounds on the thing. Do you mind if I just fingerprint a little?
Just grab a pound for yourself, David.
Nope. Thank you. Man, that sounds good.
For the bad, we go to Cape Coral, where an 18-year-old woman led Florida State troopers on a chase through Cape Coral, where she reached speeds of more than 100 miles per hour. She turned off her headlights would drive the wrong way on a few roads.
Oh, come on.
Before FHP were able to take her down.
Don't do that. You could hurt someone. Come on.
The 18-year-old was not just driving fast. She was arrested for felony drug possession, fleeing and eluding, and driving with a suspended license.
Do you think our buddies, the Cape Coral police, do you think they were just sitting back and they were saying, hey, you need our help?
Yeah, I see Florida State Police, so I don't know if the Cape Coral's finest helped out, but Elila Ray Dykster is now in the Lee County Jail. And finally, an all-time ugly. And I really hope that the kids are not in the car. That's my disclaimer.
Bill's 3110?
We go to Washington. Yes, David. We go to Washington, D.C., where police are investigating after a homeowner's camera caught a man performing a lewd act on himself with a cucumber in her driveway.
Oh, for goodness sake. Oh.
It was around dinner time when the camera recorded a man with a lunchbox enter her driveway and lodged a cucumber in the grill of her SUV. The man then checks to see if the coast is clear before turning his back, dropping his pants, and using the cucumber.
Oh,
well, you know.
To make a salad, right.
Well, something like that. Maybe toss a salad. I'm not sure. That is the good, the bad, and the ugly.
Wow. Wow.
On today, Friday, September 13th, brought to you by the Cape Coral Police Department. Go to capecops.com. That's capecops.com. They are recruiting new police officers. And if you sign as a new police officer in Cape Coral, they're giving you a $10,000 sign-on bonus. capecops.com.
We have to ask Sergeant if he's got a story that beats that last one there. You know.
No way.
And if he does, keep it to yourself, sir. Keep it to yourself. Well, we got college football tonight. 2 decent games. I mean, you got 7 o'clock, ESPN, UNLV, Kansas. Kansas, a 9-point favorite. Then at 8 o'clock on Fox, this is the beginning of their new Friday night football thing. And they got a top 20 matchup. Arizona and K-State, both in the Big 12, in Manhattan, Kansas. Wildcats, 7-point favorite. So there you go.
You liked Arizona all year last year. Do you like Arizona tonight?
No, I don't. Okay, I have to admit, both Arizonas have performed better than I thought they would so far this year. In fact, combined, they're 5-0. But I'm worried about Kansas. Kansas doesn't look good. Illinois beat them last week. All credit to Illinois. So, and UNLV's salty. Getting 9. Just saying.
So it sounds like you take the 9.5 and lay the 7.5.
I think I would, yes.
Those 2 games he will probably get right. They're not on his sheet, everybody.
Exactly. Right. Oh, if it's not on my sheet, I don't know if I lost a game this year.
Well, last night. We both lost last night badly.
Well, that's true. I thought we were talking college. So obviously in baseball, everybody's playing. Nothing this afternoon. And I'm not just saying this because I'm a fan of the National League East, but 2 interesting series. The Braves and Mets are separated by a game. Braves host the Dodgers, but the Mets have to go to Philadelphia. So from a scheduling standpoint, this is pretty even. Can one of these teams gain a game on each other this weekend playing the 2 best teams in the National League? Lately, it's been the Mets gaining ground on the Braves, and now they're ahead of them. Boston continues their series in the Bronx against the Yankees. And, Milwaukee's in Arizona. I mean, it's 2 playoff teams. Arizona's the 5 right now, and Milwaukee's the 3. So that's baseball.
I think this Mets, you said it a while ago, but this Mets Braves is going to come down to their 3 games against one another.
Especially since the season series is tied at 5, and whoever takes 2 out of 3 or sweeps that 3-game series will then obviously have won the season series, which is the first tiebreaker, the only tiebreaker that's needed in this case. Ion TV tonight, 7:30. Caitlin and the Fever, underdogs at home for the 3rd straight game. Will they lose a 3rd straight home game? They're taking on Las Vegas. The Aces. Just saying, they've lost to the 2nd best team and the 5th best team the last 2 games. Now they're playing the 4th best team. We're staying away.
Yes, we are. We've cooled on the WNBA.
Caitlin and the Fever getting 3.5. So there you go.
Not the best week of college football. Saturday, you kind of got to grind through it. I mean, what is it? Missouri and BC are the only ranked opponents playing one another tomorrow?
Yeah. And I have to admit, I liked your pick. You took BC in the points.
I did.
Yeah, Missouri hasn't played anybody this year, and BC has. So, and you're getting 16 on the road. That's pretty good. So there you have it. If you miss any part of the show, go to millerandmoulton.com and download what you missed. Have a great rest of your Friday and have a great football weekend. We'll do it again Monday. Miller and Moulton.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Wine glasses never fall over until you get a brand new rug.
Oh no!
Ketchup bottles act normal till you're wearing a new shirt.
Oh, you kidding me?
And rocks slide peacefully on the road till the day you get a brand new windshield. Then they fly up off the road and attack without mercy. That's why new windshields from Glass Doctor come with our windshield protection plan. Unlimited repairs and one replacement for 12 months. Don't just fix it, protect it. Glass Doctor, a neighborly company.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
At Physical Therapy and Balance Centers, our goal is to help you love your life. When your life is sidelined by an injury, dizziness, surgery, or condition keeping you from doing what you love, we're here to help you heal and feel your best. Our therapist evaluation will determine the root cause of your health challenges, resulting in a unique treatment plan customized just for you. Visit www.physical.com to find your nearest location and see how we can help you love your life.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
A natural diamond is the oldest artifact you will ever touch, and each is one of a kind. Jason and Todd at the Diamond District would like to meet you personally and share their love of natural diamonds and the positive impact of purchasing a natural diamond. We promise that in our vault sits the largest selection of GIA certified natural diamonds at the most competitive prices in the world. Jason and Todd look forward to shaking your hand and welcoming you to their Diamond District family.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
This is Miller and Moulton.